Okay, formally starting the event now, and I would request my juniors, Parth and Nida, to please take over the stage and start this event.
Good morning, honorable dignitaries,
Esteemed speakers
respected faculty,
and dear attendees, I, Nida Khan,
and I, Parth Bhardwaj.
welcome you to Physicon Rajasthan 2025, an academic extravaganza hosted by Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, a premier institution dedicated to medical excellence, cutting-edge research and transformative education.
Our university's founder, late Dr. Shyam Sundar Tantia sir, has changed our college. His memories will always be cherished in our hearts. Through his hard work and dedication, we have adorned our lives. His legacy and contribution to this college have left a lasting impact on all of us. This conference serves as a confluence of great minds in physiology, fostering interdisciplinary discussions, innovation, and the pursuit of knowledge.
The head of Department Physiology at Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, Dr. Seema, who stands as a pillar of excellence in medical education and research.
This year, Physicon Rajasthan brings together distinguished scholars, researchers, and educators who will share their invaluable insights on advancements in physiology, medical education, and groundbreaking research. The sessions today will bridge traditional wisdom with contemporary science, ensuring that we stay at the forefront of physiological studies.
We begin this enlightening journey with our inaugural address by the eminent Dr. Mridula Mittal, a distinguished physiologist and educator. Her theme, Innovations in Physiology, Bridging Research Techniques and Educational Excellence, will provide us with a comprehensive perspective on integrating cutting-edge research, methodologies with effective teaching strategies, ensuring a future-ready approach to physiology education.
Can we have a huge round of applause for her, guys?
A very good morning, all. Let me start with gratitude to the Almighty, making us conduct this conference with all eminent speakers around. It's an honor and absolute pleasure that I, Dr. Mridula Mittal, Associate Professor and Treasurer, on behalf of Department of Physiology at Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College and Hospital, Sri Ganganagar, welcome you all wholeheartedly as we gather for this exciting second annual conference organized by Physiological Society of India, Rajasthan branch. In fact, even if we go by the name Physicon 2025, it seems that हम physiology वाले राजस्थान में राज करने आए हैं. Your presence here underscores the importance of having a conference on innovations in physiology, bridging research techniques and educational excellence, and for which we have a truly impressive turnout with delegates from all over the country. This conference promises to be a stimulating and enriching experience for which we have a packed agenda for these 2 days, that is 7th and 8th February 2025. We have gathered leading experts, researchers, and practitioners in this field of physiology to share their insights, experiences, and cutting-edge researches. We believe that this will be a fantastic opportunity to explore the latest advancements, challenges, and future directions in this dynamic field. This conference is designed to foster collaboration and the exchange of ideas, and we hope that you will take full advantage of this opportunity to connect with others who share their passion for physiology. For those of you who are visiting our college for the first time, we welcome you all, and we hope you enjoy your time and find our campus and facilities conducive to productive discussions and networking. A special thank you to our esteemed speakers for gracing us with their presence, who will share their expertise. We are confident that this conference will be a memorable one and a productive experience for all of you. We hope you leave here inspired, informed, and with new connections that will last beyond these 2 days. Please don't hesitate to approach any of the organizing committee members if you have any questions or require assistance during the conference. Before concluding myself, I would like to thank our management who has provided us infrastructure and support in favor of such a big national conference. And last but not the least, how can we not forget our professor and head, Dr. Seema, HOD or head of the Department of Physiology, for our unwavering support, be it related to research, academics, or medical education. Once again, I welcome you all, and I wish you a fruitful and enjoyable conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful inaugural address on physiological innovations.
Moving forwards, we would like to invite the head of the Department of Physiology at Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Dr. Seema, who stands as a pillar of excellence in medical education and research, for chairing the session. Please have a huge round of applause for her.
Thank you, ma'am. We are delighted to have you here. Next, we welcome Dr. Prasanna Priya Nayak, sir, a pioneer in physiology education and research. He will present the plenary lecture on navigating the frontier of physiology education with innovation and inclusiveness. His session will delve into modern educational reforms, ensuring that learning remains accessible, inclusive, and aligned with the latest technological advancements.
Please have a huge round of applause for her.
Still, it's good morning. It's there. I think I am audible. Yeah. So, first of all, I express my sincere gratitude, sincere thanks to the organizing committee headed by Professor Seema and the management of Tantia University, Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College Hospital and Research Center for giving us this opportunity to hold this conference here in the Department of Physiology. I stand before you as President of the Physiological Society of India and the nominee of PSI Head Office for the PSI Rajasthan branch. In inaugurating or in initiating this conference, to start this conference, we are late. We are nearly 1.5 hours late, and the responsibility of being late is on me. I take the responsibility. We had some technical glitch. Because of that technical glitch, we were not able to communicate with the hybrid physical and as well as online mode. And thanks to the team behind me, their full effort, we could overcome this problem, and I believe now we are online as well as offline. Thank you very much. Yes, the navigating the frontiers of physiology education with innovation and inclusiveness. That's the plan what I would like to share with all the physiologists and would be physiologists. I hope physiology is part, it's the start and it remains there throughout. Foundation for life sciences, clinical applications, and we have learned lot of theories. The moment we started practicing, it's medicine. We have wide horizons of physiologies which include as basic science, medical sciences, dental science, allied health science, pharmaceutical sciences, biotechnology. Now the physiology is moving towards the biomedical engineering, medical technology, clinical research, space science, military science, data science, kinematics, bionics, all places, and like many new places, new ways it's finding its applications. We have some problems, some technical advancement, interdisciplinary focus. Now we are moving from the teacher centric towards the student centric, individualized or personalized learning experience, and then we are emphasizing on skills. This was not with the basic physiology initially. We didn't earmark them. We had those things, but it was not earmarked. Now these are earmarked with the time, as the time progresses. Challenges what we are facing: content overload. It's like every day new information is being with the digital information, new information are coming up. Lack of integration. We are trying for long. We are talking about horizontal and vertical integration, but we have to accept that we are far from the successful integration yet. Passive learning, still we believe in passive learning. We don't have the time, we don't have that infrastructure yet to provide active learning, and limited resources. Limited resources, what I want to mean, not only the time restriction, we have plenty of information, but those information, how good those are, how evaluated those are, we are not very sure. So the resources are not really certified resources. Sometimes it's like it is there, we believe, students starts reading, and then we understand, okay, we need to make them de-learn or then correct them. It's a tough process. That's a limitation of the excessive resources. Challenges include lack of visualization, standardized approach. This is how it is. I feel I am the teacher, I am the boss of this class, I believe this is to be done this way, that you feel you do it. Maybe we can think of this part. Incomplete understanding, or sometimes we feel it is not related to me. It's like, oh, it is pharmacology, it is medicine, it's not related to me. So, pseudo perceived irrelevance. We need to address personalized learning style. We need to include all types of styles, all types of needs, so that suggestions would be like multimodal instructions, adaptive technologies, inclusive curriculum, collaborative learning. These are the ways by which we can encompass, we can extend our, we can enlarge our vision, our styles of teaching. Critical thinking and problem solving is often excluded or often demeaned, that no need, okay, you learn this, fine, that if you have learned the cardiac cycle, mug it up, times you mug up, fine. Hardly we ask them to, we give them the opportunity to think critically. However, we should do that. For that, these are some suggestions like analytical reasoning, lifelong learning, so that we can have these opportunities, collaboration, communication. These are, I am just for time stay constant, I am skipping these things. Then we can include the cutting edge research. We can give them the opportunity, give the students opportunity to explore many things, where we can engage the students to know at least with the latest discoveries. Let them know, let them understand, let them feel that what is happening, and we can also ask them to, maybe in a small scale, some research skill. Nowadays Many other things coming, like virtual reality is coming, explanations can be animated, can be like what for us it took sometimes months or years to get a concept. We gave this concept in few seconds, animation. Digital learning tools, that's a two-way sword. We should utilize that tool properly. We should prepare ourselves, we should train the students to use the learning tool, and the content should be student centered. Obviously, the curriculum, the course content should be there, but let them the opportunity to choose, and I think towards that pathway NMC has gone into that elective. Then others, physicians including nurse, support staffs, research scientists, physical therapists, allied health professionals all should be included, and maybe we can allow the students to think out of the box, at least in some part. I would like to conclude my speech by giving this MCQ. That's all those students, they will agree. When there is an option, all of them, likely to be 50% chances all of those will be there. So what do you think? Maybe we can think out of the box. We can say that MCQ is wrong. I think yesterday Dr. Guthi has mentioned one nice example, that read the question carefully, and if a student read it, I am just taking loan from Dr. Guthi, same thing I am repeating. I felt it's nice that on each question it is written, read the questions carefully. So one student read it very carefully, and he answered the question. Teacher was not happy with the answer. So बोले सर क्वेश्चन में लिखा है कि write what you know about. I know this much. That's it. And that reminds me my PG exam. There was like around 6 or 7 line question on a molecular biology problem, and the question was, final question was, can you implement this procedure to include this gene in that? One organelle is given and everything details. Answer is negative. So madam was there. One of my favorite madam, Dr. Professor Manjushree Bal, she was there on the exam hall. I asked her, madam, can I write NO? No, it's not. And will you give me 20 marks? It was a 20 marks question. How can you think of that? You have to explain. You didn't ask me to explain. No, you have to explain why not. Then, okay, I am doing it, but I deserve 20. I don't know how much madam has given me. Anyway, thank you for all. Thank you for joining us, and I wish to thank them also. In the whole process, I didn't thank one person. And he is Dr. Arjun Mitra. Arjun, where are you? He is there. So that's all. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. That was a delightful talk. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our medical superintendent, Dr. H.S. Bindra, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause? Sir, I request you please join us for the chair as a chairman of the chairperson of the session, sir. Please, sir. I request the escort team, please escort.
Thank you, sir. It was a delightful talk. Now I would request our organizing president, Dr. Seema ma'am, HOD Physiology, and our medical superintendent, Mr. M.S. Bindra, to please felicitate Dr. Prasun Priya Nayak, sir, for the plenary lecture. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, I would like to... Moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Bharti Mehta, ma'am, a visionary in medical pedagogy, for delivering the oration lecture on Beyond the Lecture, Strategies to Foster Student Engagement and Enrich Learning. This session will explore innovative teaching methodologies that transcend traditional lectures, enhancing student interaction and deepening their understanding of complex physiological concepts. Please have a huge round of applause for her.
Hello.
On behalf of Physiological Society of India, I welcome you all for the prestigious oration session. This session is being honoring special physiologists, particularly physiologists or sometimes other scientists also, with oration award lecture. From Physiological Society of India, we have around 15 oration lectures, and this year Professor K. Raghattama Rao Oration Award is being bestowed on Professor Bharti Mehta. These oration awards are invited throughout the year, and we have, this year we had around 40 applications, and then we had a panel of around 12 scientists throughout India, and they selected Professor Mehta for this award. Professor Mehta, about her as a physiology teacher, she is well known in Rajasthan, in Ajmer, Jodhpur as SN Medical College as well as Jodhpur AIIMS, and she had good number of publications in medical education also, and her PhD is also on medical education, physiology education, teaching. Yeah. So, she is one of the rare MD PhDs also. Professor Raghattama Rao, on whose name this award is instituted, he is also a medical teacher, physiologist, and this is one of the oration award which instituted by himself. Normally we make it memorial oration award, but this was special medical education memorial oration award which was instituted by himself. And I invite, for the information of the audience, we give this award on behalf of society. We bestow her with a medal, and it's customary that during the lecture she will be wearing the medal. So I would request madam to keep your medal wearing when you are giving the lecture, and then you will be certified that you have been given a lecture also. Please, madam.
Yeah, I will join, but you continue.
Now I request Professor Bharti Mehta, the Professor K. Raghattama Rao Oration Awardee 2024, to continue her presentation.
Physiological Society of India for this esteemed recognition, and I feel honored to stand before you for this oration lecture. And I would also like to congratulate the organizing committee of Physicon Raj 2025 Uh, we are delighted to see the first year students bubbling with excitement and escorting us from the entrance to the various areas of conference venue. And we hope to have a wonderful academic feast together in next 2 days. So, starting with my presentation, I will be talking about the strategies beyond the lecture which are required for student engagement and deep learning. So, the lecture हो गया ठीक है hello okay I think I'm ready. So the lecture we know is the mainstay of instruction and it has got many advantages. Like it is a cost-effective method which is time-saving. We have control and consistency on the lecture. We it is very convenient, most importantly, it is very convenient in handling a large gathering. It is easily, it can easily be recorded, revisited, revised, and it can be combined with other media. So it has got so many advantages, but still we are thinking of strategies beyond the lecture. Why is it so? Why do we need to think of strategies which are outside the lecture? We need to, complement it, we need to supplement it with some other modes of teaching. Let us see how the lecture was in 80s. A large class and almost a full attendance. Students learning, listening attentively. They are taking notes. They are interacting, asking questions. This was the scenario long back when I was the student maybe. And nowadays, and then came internet and a mobile in every student's hand. With a single click, there are number of lectures, number of videos, number of audios, books, MCQs, different forms of learning material available. You name it and you have it. And therefore, the scenario in lectures nowadays is something like this. The students fiddling with phones, and since the attendance is necessary, so maybe they come for this. So it has become challenging for the teachers to gain the interest of students and keep them in class and at the same time increase the learning. And so there are some things, some strategies, some techniques which can be followed during the lecture and some techniques which can be followed outside the lecture, which are particularly, basically those which are to complement the lecture. We cannot, I must say that we cannot replace the lecture methodology by any other means, but we can always complement or supplement them with other modes. So, to start with, to make the lecture interesting, you can start the lecture with some mathematical problem, some case scenario. Yesterday you had a wonderful workshop on case scenario based questions. So case scenario, these are all things, and then you can ask, so some problem can be given, some mathematical question can be given, some case can be given that can draw the interest of the students to start with. You can also ask what is the preliminary knowledge of the the students at that time before starting the lecture. And then connection with real life by giving the examples, by quoting the examples which are of real life. They will create the interest of the students. Using technology, it is nowadays in vogue. Everyone uses videos, audios in his or her lecture. That is also a good mode of interacting because the attention span of human beings and students, of course, is very less. So if you change the technology from one form to other, the monotony will be broken, and then this can gain the interest of the students. Then get the students' interest by yourself being passionate. If the teacher himself or herself is passionate, he or she can cultivate passion in the students as well. Providing feedback is another good example of interacting with students, because an impromptu feedback or a feedback, of course, there are certain types of feedbacks which are to be given, and there are certain ways in which the feedbacks are to be given. I won't go into the details of that, but giving feedback also makes the student understand, and they can analyze their learning, and they can increase their learning. Taking breaks is also important, because while even in 1 hour long lecture, after half an hour, if you give a break of 5 minutes, that is well taken, and that can increase the attentiveness of the students. Like for example, it is not necessary that you will leave the class for a while, or then you can give them a problem, and then you can ask them to talk to the neighbor and then solve that problem together. That is also considered as a light break, and that can also increase the attentiveness. And summary of the lecture is very important. In the end, if you summarize the lecture, the take-home messages are given, and that is also well taken. That is also a good idea to do. Blunder lecture is another important, interesting thing, that intentionally, while summarizing, you say one sentence wrong, 1 or 2 sentences wrong, and the students will immediately correct you. That means they were listening to you and they have attended it correctly. Engagement of the students outside the lecture, that means other than lecture, what else can you do? So active learning strategies like quizzes and group activities, flipped classrooms, unconventional teaching, integrated teaching, all these are certain things which we can do outside the lecture, and we can increase the learning of the students. And we can create the activities like self-directed learning and all, in which the students themselves take the onus of their studies. That is again another form of teaching which is very interesting and which is very well taken. We can swap the roles with the students, like you sit down in the lecture, in the classroom, and you ask a student to explain the concept once you have, of course, explained it. So that is another thing in which this is also interesting way of teaching. You can have the student models to explain them. That we have done some studies, I'll just show you after that, that students were explaining to other students, and this also was very much appreciated by the students. And then we must incorporate the student discussion. That means we have to make the teaching more student-centric rather than the teacher-centric, or solely the lectures, the didactic lectures are teacher-centric, but we want the interaction to happen so that the teaching becomes more student-centric. So I'll give you some experiences which we have had in AIIMS Jodhpur. We have incorporated certain interventions, very small ones, very simple ones, but they were well taken by the students, and that helped them to understand the subject properly. So first was question making and quiz. So in quiz, normally what happens when the teacher makes the questions and the students are asked, and there are two teams and they ask questions. But here what we did was we asked the students to make the questions, and then there were two teams. They were asked to make, the students themselves were made to ask questions to another team. The another team student has to answer that question, and if that question was not answered, the team that asked the question had to answer it. And during that course, the student will keep on asking the question until he understands the concept later. So there were two things in this. One, while you make questions, you have to understand the concept in depth. And another is when you answer question, when you explain something, then also you have to understand it at depth. So that happened, that was very much, very well appreciated, and this was my FAMER project. This is the poster that I presented, and this study was published in Advances in Physiology Education, which is an esteemed journal of physiology, in 2016. Another study was, we did jigsaw puzzle. This is our paper which is most cited. In this, we made the students, 100 students of, we made 10 groups of 100 students each, and one topic was given. Since there were 10 groups of 10 students each, so the topic like mechanics of respiration was divided into 10 subtopics, and each student was given one subtopic. They were then made, all the students with the similar subtopic of all the 10 groups were then made to discuss that together, and then they went back to the parent group, and this is how they made a this is the jigsaw method, and this is the parent group in which this is parent group A, and 10 groups are A1, A2, A3 up to 10, and then A1, like for example, A1 had got the subtopic of muscles of respiration. B1 also had muscles of respiration. C1 also had muscles of respiration. So all the A1, B1, C1, they formed expert group 1, which discussed muscles of respiration. They first discussed this, and then they went back to the parent group, and then they taught the same topic to the parent group. So in this way, in the jigsaw method, each student was made an instructor, as well as he was also an auditor. So this again was a very good study, and the students liked it to their core, and this was published in Indian Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology in 2017. Another study was crossword puzzles. So this, I am very fond of crossword puzzles, so this was, I incorporated this. In renal physiology, we made crossword puzzles, but we gave these crossword puzzles even before the lectures were given. So the students, they solved the puzzles. They were made to solve the puzzles using internet, using the textbooks if they wanted, and then they were acquainted with these terms, and while the lectures, I reinforced these terms again. So this was again, this again led to a greater understanding of the topic, and this was published in International Physiology in 2020. Another study was priming, like priming a student even before the topic is like studied, like even before the topic is taught. Even before the lectures, they were given MCQs, and they were made to solve the MCQs. So this was again something that led to greater understanding, and this study was also published in IJPP in 2019. We also compared the different forms of assessment. So this was the comparison of OSPEs versus the conventional practical examination, and we found that we all know that OSPEs are a more objective form of learning. This paper was published in 2014, and it was also presented in the Epicon that year. Now MCQs and SAQs. This had a very interesting story. this concept, when we conceptualized this study, this was a very interesting story. Our HOD, Dr. Sabyasachi Sarkar, is very fond of MCQs. He wanted all the examination to be in the form of MCQs because he thought that MCQs are the only way which are the objective ways. Every other form of assessment is subjective. And I told him that, sir, MCQs are objective, no doubt, but since physiology is full of concepts, so if we meticulously make some questions which have got a conceptual answer, that will not only be objective, but it will also overcome the flaw that the MCQs have, that you can have easily do a guesswork while answering the MCQs. So that can also be overcome if we frame some small MCQs. So he told me to frame some SAQs. I made those SAQs, and when I presented and when I gave him those SAQs in hematology, he immediately made MCQs of those same SAQs. Same SAQs, he made MCQs, and then we administered first the MCQs to those students, and after a break, same SAQs were given. So this was a very interesting study. The students were pleasantly surprised when they received the same questions again. We found this, we started with the hypothesis that open-ended short answer type questions, no matter how carefully framed, cannot be as objective as MCQs. But after doing this, this is the glimpse of the question that I want to give you. This is explain why, this is the SAQ, explain why albumin is the first plasma protein to appear in the urine in renal diseases. And the MCQ that was made out of this is E type of MCQs were made, like assertion reasoning type. So assertion was globulin is the first plasma protein to appear in the urine in renal diseases, and the reason that was given was globulins are the smallest plasma proteins in the blood. So this was a very interesting study, and then this was published in the Annals of National Academy of Medical Sciences, the Journal of National Academy of Medical Sciences in 2016. And we we concluded that meticulously framed open-ended short answer questions can be as objective as the MCQs, and particularly in physiology, which is full of concepts, as there are so many concepts over here in physiology. So we can easily frame SAQs which are very objective. This is the last study, like very recent study, I have not yet published, but I just wanted to share this experience with you. This was poster that I presented in Glasgow in 2023, AMEE, and in this study we have done, after the lecture we have given them, we have emailed a Google form in which there were 5 questions of that lecture, from that lecture, and there were model answers were also given. And then the students were able to do it, and they were able to assess there, because immediately the score was given and they were able to assess. They could go back to the question, they could recorrect it, they could read the answer. The idea is not, we do not want their assessment, but we wanted their learning to happen, and that happened very greatly. So this was also very appreciated, and this is how this happened. So this was the poster. This was only this poster that was presented, that was displayed there, was only like 6 by 3 inches poster, and there was a QR code which you, if you scan, it will go to, you can add a lot of, if you scan this QR code, it goes to this, this page, and it has got so many things. If you click any of this, like if I click this, it will go, it will form a poster, and if there can be this thing, there was a link given, this can take you to that one of the Google forms where you can solve that, you can answer those questions by yourself. So this was, with one QR code, there was a wealth of information that could be that could be given in that poster. Otherwise, in a poster has got a very limited information that you can give. But this was something new, which was new and unique, which I experienced there in AME. This study is yet to be published, and this is how this was placed on. So many posters are placed on this one board, and this was my poster. And finally, I want to say that, as I said, the lecture will always remain the most common, most popular mode of instruction, but with so many distractions all around, the teacher has got to focus, like teacher has to innovate different things to supplement the lectures, and the quest of and challenges of with new technologies coming, the quest and challenge of the teachers will always remain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful for your strategies to enhance student engagement. Now I would like to invite Honorable President of Physiological Society of India, Dr. Prasanna Priya Nayak sir, to facilitate Dr. Bharti Mehta for the oration lecture. Now I request to Dr. Bharti Mehta ma'am to join and oblige us as a chairperson of the session.
I welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.M. Saxena, whose unwavering dedication has been instrumental in making Physicon a reality, ensuring students gain a world-class platform and to sharpen their skills and achieve global excellence. We welcome you, sir.
Now I request Dr. Bharti Mehta ma'am to join us as the chairperson of the session. I also extend my warm welcome to Dr. Samuel Sir, who is Associate Professor at CMC Vellore. He's a pioneer in field of research. Please join the session for chairing the session.
Next we have Dr. Sonia Koche ma'am, a distinguished researcher in sleep physiology, who will present an invited lecture on overview of sleep physiology. The session will explore the intricate mechanisms of sleep, its role in health and disease, and the latest advancements in sleep research. I invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.M. Saxena, to please join us as the chairperson of this session.
A very good afternoon to all. At the offset, I would like to thank the organizers, the PSI Rajasthan branch, and the organizing team for organizing such an event. And my gratitude and greetings to the esteemed chairpersons. I also convey my greetings from AIMS Bathinda. So I have been asked to talk about, in the next 30 minutes, to give an overview of the sleep physiology. So we all know that most of our time, 1/3 of our life is spent during sleeping. And the concern of sleep and dreams, it has been provoking our mind long time back. There has been a historical debate about whether sleep is a passive state or an active state. So there has been some references or the theories which are going to tell us that sleep is a passive state. These are the reduction of the stimulation, the vascular theory, the pressure on the brain by the blood, and most prevalent, the hypnotoxin theory, which states that the toxin produced accumulates during wakefulness, produces the sleep. So now this theory, the hypnotoxin theory, has been in its zenith since 1907, when Legender and Pyron conducted some studies on sleep-deprived dog, and they found out that serum or the blood, when injected of these sleep-deprived dogs, when injected into those dogs which were not sleep-deprived, caused sleep. So these theories somehow supported the passive state of sleep, which we believed for long. But now, with an Italian Kleitman, who is also called as the father of American sleep research, who conducted research in the University of Chicago, he did a lot of studies on sleep deprivation studies and observed that people who stayed up all night generally were less sleepy and impaired the next morning than in the middle of the sleepless nights. So this was something which was contradictory to the previous theory, which stated that sleep is a passive state. We all know that the modern scientific study of sleep began with the discovery of electrical activity in the brain, and this was by Hans Berger, who came up with the recording of brain activity using the technique called electroencephalogram. So then in 1950s and 60s, Esrinki and Kleitman, they discovered the rapid eye movement sleep, and they were working on this REM sleep, although they did not have a continuous recording, whole night recording of the studies. And later, the discovery of REM sleep, it produced a conflict with the passive theory of state, where Jowett and colleagues, they established the duality of sleep into REM and non-REM sleep. So they stated that pons was the site of REM sleep generation and muscle tone is actively inhibited in the REM sleep. So by 1960s, the passive theory of sleep was almost demolished forever. And so by now, we know that sleep is an active state produced by the brain. The states of sleep and wakefulness, they are generated by complex interactions between many neurotransmitters and neuromodulators acting at multiple sites with the brain. So we have three states: the state of wakefulness, the non-REM or the non-rapid eye movement, and the REM, that is the rapid eye movement states. So the sleep can be defined as now as an active state of unconsciousness which is produced by body, where the brain is in a relative state of rest and is reactive primarily to the internal stimuli. So it is characterized by a low physical activity of the level and reduced sensory awareness, and we can very well differentiate or distinguish it from the state of wakefulness as well as from coma. So this shows the sleep architecture, which is basically the sleep cycles which a person goes through in a night's, the number of hours the person sleeps during the night. So we divide it into the non-REM and the REM sleep. I think most of us as physiologists are aware of the physiological changes which occur during the sleep. So when we go through these sleep cycles, we generally have a diagrammatic representation of sleep cycle, which we'll call as a hypnogram. So this is a hypnogram which on the x-axis shows the time axis and number of hours the person is being sleeping, and on the y-axis we have the different stages. So as a person goes to sleep by 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., what we see here is the person goes through a number of cycles, generally 4 to 6 sleep cycles throughout the night in an adult we generally see. And each cycle, the onset is defined as the time from the onset of first epoch of sleep. Now mind it, first epoch of sleep, epoch is basically a 30-second window which we do to analyze in a polysomnography. We are going to see through the sleep stages. So what we see here is the sleep onset may or may not be an N1 stage of non-REM sleep. So generally we say that an adult, when he goes into sleep, first he goes into N1, maybe N2, N3, then N2 and REM. So this is what has been shown in this hypnogram, cycle 1. But it is not necessarily that the person will first go into the first stage of non-REM sleep. It may be second or third, or maybe under some circumstances directly into the REM sleep. So how do we define one sleep cycle is? It is defined as the time from the onset of first epoch, any epoch of the sleep, to the end of the first stage of the REM sleep. So these red lines here signify the REM sleep here, the duration the person spends in REM sleep. And then the next cycle starts from here at the end of the stage R to the end of the next stage R. And the duration of one sleep cycle generally is from 90 to 110 minutes. So in the first 2 months of life, the child spends a lot of time in REM sleep. What we have is a shorter duration of sleep cycles, not 90 to 110, but in newborns or maybe 2 months of age, it is 45 to 60 minutes. And the first stage to appear is REM sleep, as we can see here in the hypnogram of a child with less than 2 months of age. So the first stage to appear is most commonly it is the REM sleep, and the child spends 50% of time in REM and 50% of the total time in non-REM sleep. So that is again in contradiction to the adults, where we have REM sleep duration of only amounting to 20-25% of the total sleep time. And the child enters the sleep via the non-REM at the age of 3 months. So as the child progresses to higher age groups, they try to adopt the pattern sleeping distribution of the total sleep time as of adults. And in adults, the non-REM sleep occupies 75 to 80% of the sleep time. N1 stage occupies 3 to 8%, N2 stage 45 to 55%, and the deep sleep stage N3 occupies generally 15 to 20% of the total sleep time, with the REM sleep, which we know is the paradoxical or the deep dream sleep, occupies 20 to 25% of the total sleep time. Now what I wanted to show you in this hypnogram here, which is of a normal adult, is we can easily appreciate the duration the person stays in non-REM sleep with these lines here, and in the REM sleep the lines marked as red here. So what we see here is, as the person goes to sleep, in the first half of the sleep, the non-REM sleep is more, especially the stage N3 we see is more, and as we move towards the morning or the later hours of sleep, we have more of REM sleep. Now where do we clinically correlate this? Like we all know we have patients coming across with parasomnias or abnormal movements during the sleep. So history taking as pertaining to the sleep is again important. Why? Because if the person says they have more abnormal movements towards early hours when they went to sleep, it is more towards non-REM parasomnias. And if they have these symptoms towards the later half of the sleep, towards morning, then probably it could be a REM sleep disorders. So again, another important aspect which I want to highlight is the change in architecture of sleep, what we see in elderly. And in elderly, remember, N3 stage is going to decrease with the number of awakenings going to be increased. But again, the important thing is the circadian rhythm advancement. Again, the importance of a sleep history. When we have a patient who is suffering from maybe what we see as insomnia, coming and saying, the old age patient comes and says, we have not been able to sleep and I'm awake till 2 or 3. So in that case, again, we have the importance of taking sleep because as a physiologist, we know that during the older age, there is advancement of the circadian rhythm. Means these older patients have to be told to give a brief history of at what time they are sleeping and when do they wake up. So generally what we find is they are sleeping early, maybe 6, 7, 8 o'clock, and then they wake up in the middle of the night, maybe 2 or 3, and we assume if we are not considering the sleep history, we may assume that they are not sleeping properly, although they are having a normal sleep. They need to have 7 to 8 hours of sleep. That requirement is still being fulfilled if they are sleeping earlier and waking even at the middle of night. So we should know there are two important things to be noted here. We have the circadian rhythm advancement, which is seen in old age, but similarly we have the circadian rhythm is going to be, it becomes late probably in puberty. So that is opposite in puberty as compared to the old age. So this is showing us the optimum duration of sleep, which has been taken from the National Sleep Foundation. And again, from this, we can just make out that the suboptimum duration of sleep, maybe it is less than 6 hours or maybe more than 9 hours. So even if you sleep less or you sleep more, both have been shown in literature to have harmful effect on our health. So now talking about an important staging criteria. I won't be going into too much detail of the sleep staging, but we have two staging techniques or the scoring systems here. One is RNK, Redschiffen and Kales, who gave his criteria in 1968. And according to them, we are going to divide the non-REM sleep into 1, 2, 3, and 4 stages. But in 2007, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, AASM Task Force, now divides the non-REM sleep into stage 1, 2, and 3 only. We have the stage R and we have the stage W for wakefulness. Now, again, important, if we are doing sleep study, polysomnography, which is the gold standard of sleep staging here. So if we are going for polysomnography, remember we have to follow any one of the two staging. And obviously, I think most of my colleagues will agree, we go more for AASM scoring because it gives a huge lot of parameters. The staging, except for sleep staging, we have the staging for arousal, for respiratory events and others, limb movements and others also. So we generally prefer only one out of the two staging criteria here. We generally go for AASM scoring here. So the sleep stages in adult divides non-REM into N1, N2, N3, and we have the stage R and stage W for the REM and wakefulness. And all these staging, this is sleep staging only. These criteria are basically done based on the signals recorded. And there are 3 primary signals which we record: the EEG, electroencephalography, the electroocculogram, and the chin electromyography. So based on these 3 recordings, we are going to do the sleep staging. And before we start with the sleep staging, very important is the identification of the waves. I think if most of us have attended yesterday's EEG workshop also, and it was elaborated beautifully by Dr. Arjun, how to identify these stages, these waves here, but I lay emphasis on what has to be noted in the sleep staging. So we have the alpha waves, which we generally describe as having a frequency of 8 to 13 hertz. They are sinusoidal. Their amplitude is not defined, their duration is not defined, but their regular sinusoidal nature is what helps us to identify these alpha waves. And where do we look for these alpha waves? It is the occipital EEG electrodes where we first go to locate these alpha waves. Then second important is the LMF type of activity. This is low amplitude mixed frequency waves. And these waves have a frequency of 4 to 7 hertz. They are irregular waves and they can be seen distributed throughout the EEG leads. What are the EEG leads we generally take? We generally take it from the frontal, the central and the occipital leads and make a referential montage for it. Maybe it is F4, C4 and O2 with M1 taken as the reference point. And then we have sleep spindles and K complexes, which you all know are peculiar features of N2 staging of sleep. These sleep spindles again are sinusoidal like the alpha waves. They have a frequency of 11 to 16 hertz. Their amplitude is not defined, but they have a duration of more than 0.5 seconds. And we generally find these highlighted as black small patches in the central EEG leads. So this is how the sleep spindles look. And then we have K complexes, which has a negative deflection followed by a positive deflection, which is seen in the frontal EEG loads, these leads, and they have a duration again of more than 0.5 or equal to 0.5 seconds. They have a frequency of less than 2 hertz. Both of these sleep spindles and K complexes do not have a defined amplitude. So these are the main waves which we are looking for, and then we have the slow waves, which is characteristic of N3 stage of sleep. So here the amplitude is more than equal to 75 micrometer, a frequency of 0.5 to 2 hertz. The shape and the duration is not defined, but this is how we see the slow waves. And we typically try to locate them in the frontal zones, and we have to count it to come to a conclusion whether the epoch should be labeled as stage N3 or any other. And then we have sawtooth waves and vertex waves. Generally, we don't go into the details of this. Sawtooth wave we see in the REM sleep. We may locate them. And the vertex sharp waves generally we see in N1. But we generally do not consider them as a criteria to label the epoch as any of the stages. What has happened here? Okay. Okay. So this is how the waves are going to appear, and these are the recordings from the gold standard polysomnography, which, as I said, we have the oculogram here, the right and the left, where we have to identify the eye movements, and there is a recommended and a acceptable method of placing the electrodes on the eye, the right and the left eye. So we generally look for the slow movements, the blinking movements, or we can have the reading eye movements and very characteristic rapid eye movements, which we see in the REM sleep. Then next three here, as I said, F4, frontal, central, and the occipital leads of the EEG, where we are going to identify the waves which I have just now enumerated. So in this stage, if we see, we have more of sinusoidal 8 to 13 hertz frequency pattern, typically seen in the occipital leads, and these are alpha waves. So in a 30 seconds window epoch, if we see more than 15 seconds of alpha wave, we are going to label this epoch as stage W. So this is one of the criteria for labeling it as stage W. Although when we do a detailed staging in polysomnography, we do have to look at other parameters, like we should know when this stage of W starts, the first epoch, how long do we continue, and when to end this epoch. Similarly, in this, we see that alpha waves have been limited to some places only, and most of the occipital EEG leads or all the leads have been replaced by LAMF type of activity, which is low amplitude and mixed frequency waves. So if we have alpha rhythm attenuated and it is replaced by more than LAMF type of activity for more than 50%, now we stop scoring it as W and we go for stage N1. Then stage N2, very important features to be noted here are the sleep spindles and the K complexes. And I hope you'll be able to clearly differentiate the K complexes and the sleep spindles in the EEG leads. So generally we see small dark patches in a 30 seconds epoch for the sleep spindles, generally in the central EEG leads, and K complexes in the frontal may be present in others also as a negative and a positive deflection. So again, we have criteria when to start scoring it as N2, how long to continue scoring the epoch as N2, and when to terminate the stage of N2. And then we have the stage N3, which is typically formed by the slow wave activity, which forms more than 20% of the epoch. 30 seconds epoch, 20% of 30 seconds is going to be about 6 seconds. So if it occupies, the slow waves occupy more than 6 seconds, we label that epoch as stage N3. So this is in gross how we are going to do the sleep staging. Though there are a lot of technicalities involved, we have to count and we have to differentiate the slow wave and the K complexes. So it needs a lot of effort to learn all those things before we comment on the staging of the sleep. So this was just an overview. And as you can see here, we have other leads also, which are going to help us differentiate other features like respiratory pattern. We can see the leg movement, we can see the pressure, abdominal movements, and the pressure changes. All these things can be made out on a polysomnography. But I am restricting my talk only to these sleep staging parameters. And this is stage REM, where you can easily make out the rapid eye movements here. Now these rapid eye movements are out of phase deflections in a recommendation for these placements of electrodes. So these rapid eye movements, how can we identify them? If the upward deflection is less than 0.5 seconds, we generally say these are rapid eye movements, and they are characteristic of REM sleep, but along with this, we need to have a decrease in the chin EMG. Chin EMG, the tone of chin EMG starts decreasing as the person falls asleep from N1, N2, N3, and it is minimal during your stage R. And then in the EEG leads, we have only LAMF type of activity. So all three need to be present if we are labeling it as stage R. Again, I repeat, there are a lot of ifs and buts, a lot of criteria to be added for epoch to be scored in continuity or not as stage R. Then the most important topic, which I didn't want to miss in my overview, was about the neurophysiology of sleep. Now, sleep and wakefulness governed by separate yet interacting systems, and there are specific mechanisms which are not fully understood, but there are multiple structures and systems in the brainstem, hypothalamus, basal forebrain which are involved. Now, wakefulness, we all know, is because of the ascending reticular activating system, and we have two main pathways for it, the dorsal and the ventral pathways. One goes from the reticular formation to the thalamus to the cortex, and the other reticular formation, hypothalamus, forebrain, and the cortex. Now remember, there are a lot of wake on and REM on and REM off neurons which are going to help us maintain our wakefulness or sleep. So here we have the wake on or the REM off neurons, means these neurons are going to secrete these neurotransmitters during the wakefulness, but not during the REM and decreased activity in the non-REM. So we have the locus coeruleus, tuberomammillary nucleus, the raphe nucleus, and the lateral hypothalamus. So these have been depicted here as the dorsal and the ventral RAS systems here. So what I lay emphasis is on the lateral hypothalamus, which is going to secrete orexins, and this generally acts as a charger or battery charger for all of them. Now how it is going to act is, it is going to activate all the other wake-on sent by the orexin from the lateral hypothalamus. They inhibit the other sleep-promoting area. So this is how wakefulness is maintained. And then we have some wake-on neurons which are also on during the REM sleep. So more important of this is the PPD and the LDT areas here. So this is again showing the PPD and LDT area, which is cholinergic neurons, the locus coeruleus, raphe, tubulomammillary, and we also have the lateral hypothalamus secreting orexin, which is going to act as an activator for all these centers. So what actually happens during wakefulness because of orexin, I'll be dealing just after this slide. So non-REM sleep promoting areas, the most important out of all of this, I would say, is the ventrolateral preoptic areas. Now what actually happens is, we have the lateral hypothalamus, which is secreting orexin, and this is activating all the other wake-on neurons. Now these wake-on neurons are sending inhibitory signals to VLPO, which promotes the non-REM sleep. So there is a type of flip-flop mechanism here, because of which the person stays awake. And then as the day advances, the orexin levels are going to fall, the stimuli to these wake-on neurons will decrease, and there will be less inhibition of the VLPO areas. And this is this decreased inhibition because of the decreased orexin levels, which is going to promote sleep, and VLPO neurons, which promote sleep, is being activated. And this, via the GABA-galanin, is then going to inhibit these signals. So this is how we transit from our wakefulness to non-REM sleep. And then how do we maintain our non-REM sleep? Again, bas 5 minutes. So it is basically the thalamocortical oscillations which is going to help us maintain the non-REM sleep. And this is via the signals which we receive from the reticular nucleus, which is covering the thalamic nucleus basically. So what happens is, there is 2 modes of firing in the thalamic neurons. We have the tonic, the transmission mode, which keeps us awake, and it is because of this tonic mode of transmission which is going to send all the signals from the thalamus through the reticle formation to the through the reticular nucleus to the cortex, and that is why we stay awake. But during the sleep, the non-REM sleep, VLPO is activated and it depresses the PDP and the LDP, which sends inhibitory signals to these reticular fibers, and this is going to set this into the burst mode, which is basically responsible for the slow waves and the sleep spindles, which we get as characteristic features for the N2 sleep. And therefore, the sensory information does not reach it. And then we have the REM sleep, which is characterized by desynchronization of the EEG, rapid eye movements, and loss of muscle tone, which 3 of them should be present to label it as non-REM sleep. And again, we have the REM on and the REM off neurons, and you can see the REM off neurons are basically the wake-on neurons here. So REM on nucleus, the PPT, LDP, SLD, these are all the REM on neurons. Again, they have a flip-flop mechanism and a lot of interaction, which is ultimately going to cause us all the phenomena which occurs during the REM sleep. That is the muscle atonia, rapid eye movement, cortical activation, the theta oscillations, as well as the PGO spikes, which characterize this REM sleep. So I know it is a very complex neurophysiology which is involved in sleep, but the crux is, we all should know that sleep is very important for our health, and it carries a lot of important functions to be subserved. And out of all of this, I would still highlight only on one, that is the cleaning the brain of toxins. Because it has been seen that the prevalence of neurodegenerative disease occurs more when the person doesn't have a good sleep, and this basically is because of the impairment of the glymphatic system which we have in our brains. It is generally active during the REM sleep, and it tends to remove all the protein and products from our brain so that our brain stays in a good health and we enjoy a good health. And to end my slide, I would request all of us, along with the physical activity, the nutrition, again, the most important foundation of our health should be the sleep criteria. I thank you all for the patience hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for an enriching session on sleep physiology. I now request our respected chairpersons, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.M. Saxena, sir, Professor at CMC Ludhiana, Dr. Samuel, sir, and Professor at AIIMS Bathinda, AIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Bharti Mehta, ma'am, to please felicitate our guest speaker. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for chairing our session.
Yes. I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. M.M. Saxena, sir. His unwavering dedication has been instrumental in making Physicon a reality, ensuring student gains a worldwide class platform to sharpen their skills and achieve global excellence.
I would like to invite Professor Dr. M.M. Saxena, sir, to please say 2 words of gratitude for our college.
Esteemed gathering, administration of this college, Vice Dean, Dr. Seema, Head of the Department of Physiology, my colleagues from different departments of medical college and hospital, delegates who have come a long distance from remote places to this Ganganagar city and our college, my dear students, friends, media persons, I, at the very onset, welcome on my own behalf and on behalf of university, our delegates and guests who have visited this college for this very prestigious program, what is called Physicon Rajasthan 2025. Further, I'm thankful to this Physiological Society of India and its Rajasthan chapter for giving us this opportunity to host this program at this college. It is always a pleasure to organize such programs because not only our colleagues, but students also equally benefited by such programs, interacting with the senior faculties. I must confess boldly, as I always do it, that I am the most odd man out here since I do not belong to medical fraternity. I don't have a medical background, so there are the things which I place here may be out of place. So anyway, thank you so much for calling me here. As a institutional head, I am here, not a subject expert, but it always gives me this opportunity to educate myself and learn things that are being discussed in such programs of academic interest. Friends, as we all know, that physiology is one such subject that is being taught in our MBBS first. This being a very fundamental subject, in addition to anatomy and biochemistry, the great emphasis is laid on learning the things that is the action part, that is the physics and chemistry of the biological molecules and the functions of the body. Friends, this is really a tremendous branch, and like any other branches of not only medical, there are advances, and as a result, so much so specialization comes up. It was a new subject to me as I was listening to the sleeping physiology, the physiology of sleep. So such things, see how the things are advancing and how minutest details we are picking up. This is not true for medical science only, it's for all disciplines. Like you see in sociology, there were political science and public administration. It was a single subject. Later it was segregated. Similarly, physiology, biochemistry was some time back a single subject, but then segregated. Pathology, microbiology, and so on. Now, the physiology is not restricted to the traditional things like cell physiology or the organ physiology or system physiology, talking more of enzymes and hormones only, but it has advanced to a greater level. Many branches have emerged over the period of time. Like I was talking to madam, that neurophysiology, we are advancing in it. We are procuring more and more instrument for this particular branch of subject so as to study neurophysiology in a greater detail. Dr. Arjun was saying that he has procured some instruments and more are in pipeline. So that's how. Then respiratory physiology, endocrinology, reproductive physiology, physiology of gastrointestine, and there are many branches, so much so specialized one, on which a physiologist can focus upon. As we talk of neurophysiology, definitely it is one branch that is very, very difficult, I think, to understand. Most of the things are not analyzed chemically, but through these electrodes and other kinds of devices making electromagnetic waves or sound waves, we get the results out of this process. Because so long, we still do not understand how the nervous system or the neurons work. We know the result, but the physiology is still to be explored to a lot. When we talk of respiratory physiology, COPD and asthma and all kinds of things that you study in your physiology, and endocrinology, that has emerged as the most potent branch so far as the clinical aspect is concerned. It is most sought after branch in physiology, that endocrinology. I see hardly we have any DM in endocrinology in this city, only I think 1 or 2, and there is a great demand. Then there are subjects like exercise or sports physiology. I was at D.Y. Patil Institute University, I must say, last month at Bombay, and I was surprised to see that sports science people, they are studying the physiology to such an extent. If you talk of a weightlifter, the physiology is not restricted to biceps, triceps, or deltoids, but where the center of gravity lies, how abdominal muscles, how thoracic muscles, back muscles work, that's all worked out very minutely in a computerized manner, and I was surprised to see that how details are there to guide the sports person that on which point the emphasis has to be laid. and what is the wrong practice one or other is exercising. So this is such a branch. Sports science has got a lot of potential so far as the physiology is concerned, exercise physiology, I must say. One thing I would like to point out is, which is least talked about, is ecophysiology. Friends, we see we have a body system that is meant for something almost uniform across the geographical regions. But you see, we are homeotherms, of course, but you see the people who survive in Siberia at minus 60 degrees centigrade. At the same time, we in desert areas survive at the temperature of 50 degrees. So minus 60 to 50 degrees is a big, big range. How that physiology works in all such situations, that's a very serious aspect physiologists can work on. This is something related to ecophysiology, that how ecologically we are adapted to given situations. Because the laws of physics, like thermodynamics, it is universal. It applies to Siberia as well as to Indian desert. Heat moves from higher gradient to lower gradient, okay. But how do we manage such a wide range of a thermal parameter? That is something, I think maybe that local populations are there who are adapted to the given situation over the period of time or what, I do not know. We people in Rajasthan eat a lot of spicy food, but do not suffer the hyperacidity. What is the reason? What is specific in our gastrointestinal system? That are the few things which relate to our lifestyle. Friends, there is a scarcity of water in desert areas. Have we studied that is the renal function different in the people residing in desert areas? We get lesser of water. Of course, now the plenty of water is there, but at the same time, salinity of water is greater. How our osmoregulation and renal system cope with it? Do we have more hypertonic urine as compared to those who are living in other areas? Is our kidney bit different? Has its reabsorptive part greater as compared to that of other regions? So these are a few points just I wanted to discuss. As I mentioned, I'm not a person of medical science and I do not know much of it. But as a layman, there are things that strike to my mind and I always think of that must be, there is some variation in our anatomy, our physiology, our different systems, maybe that are responsible for this ecophysiological difference. So this is for the young generation who can pick up such points over the period of time. I again thank you very much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this very system. I was chairing a session. Of course, I was not a competent person for that session. And really it imbibed great information to me that how the sleep is studied. I know that you must be feeling sleepy when I'm talking that long. So I'll just sum up. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words of wisdom are absolutely valuable for us. Now, I would like to invite our organizing chairman and head of the Department of Physiology, Dr. Seema ma'am, to please felicitate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.M. Saxena. Thank you very much, ma'am and sir. Ensuring top-tier patient care and medical excellence. Dr. H.S. Bindra's leadership strengthens healthcare services. Let's welcome him on the stage with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. After enlightening words from our sir, Dr. M.M. Saxena sir, he was talking more as a doctor than a layman. You are very learned, sir. We are honored to have you. Dr. Prasun Priya Nayak, President, Physiological Society of India, Dr. Seema, Professor and Head Department of Physiology and Vice Dean, and the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Arjun Maitra. These have really worked hard to bring up the show. And having a state level conference is an honor for us, and above that, having the president of the society representing India in international society is a great honor for us. We welcome you, sir. Today's topic, innovations in physiology, bridging research techniques and educational excellence, is very, very informative as far as the students are concerned. Innovations means new methods, new ideas. Bridging research techniques means connecting the gap between the research and to bring it into practice. And the third part is educational excellence. Excellence of whom? The students and the teachers who are teaching them. So this topic is so beautifully chosen, and I have gone through all the lectures. It will be very, very informative for the students who are attending. A few of the questions you might be able to answer in the exams from these lectures only. The sleep lecture was great, very, very, very good, and Bharti Madam's lecture was on the tips to give lectures, as the State Oration Award was a great thing. Very, very good ideas Madam gave us. I won't speak more than this. I wish the organizers a grand success, which is already, we can see this, is being attended by people from far and wide. And under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, we are able to conduct such CMEs more frequently. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words are valuable for us. Now, I would like to invite our PSI President, Dr. Prasun Priya Nayak, sir, to please felicitate him with a token of respect. Please have a huge round of applause for them. Thank you, sir. Please take your seats on the sofa.
We would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, as without their support, this event would not have been possible. Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College has truly reached new heights in a short span of time. The college's commitment to excellence, innovative teaching methods, and dedicated faculty have all contributed to its rapid growth and success.
To commence this enlightening journey with positivity and wisdom, we invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over darkness.
As we invoke the blessing of Goddess Saraswati, we also welcome our talented colleagues to present a soulful rendition of Saraswati Vandana. Let this sacred tradition illuminate our path toward learning, discovery. Kindly grace the stage.
I would please invite all our esteemed dignitaries to please come up for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I would request our talented colleagues to present a soulful rendition of Saraswati Vandana.
chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start our scientific session. We continue to do the scientific session. Now I request Dr. Sonia Kocher, Madam, Additional Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, AIMS Bhatinda, to chair the session. And
We are honored to welcome Dr. Gaurav Swami, sir, a distinguished expert in neurophysiology and biomedical engineering. With a strong academic foundation and extensive research experience, Dr. Swami has contributed significantly to the field of brain-computer interface. His lecture, A Practical Guide to Brain-Computer Interface and its Role in Research and Technique, will provide invaluable insights into the application of BSI in neuroscience, education, and advanced research methodologies.
So first of all, thanks to the organizers for organizing this Physicon Rajasthan 2025, okay, and to Dr. Seema and all others, okay, for inviting me to just speak here on the topic. And the topic of the RajCon this time is bridging research technique and education excellence. Now you know that research is there going on in most of the medical colleges, not all. And teaching is there in all. So how we can bridge the gap? How we can use our labs, not only for research, but for teaching purpose also. So this is what I would like to justify in my topic of today's presentation. Next slide, please. Now, the skills of implementing and improving brain-computer interfaces ranges from basics of electronics and biopotential recordings to implement the offline and real-time signal processing to the cognitive and human factor consideration in making human-machine interface. So basically, the purpose of this topic is to make you understand what is brain-computer interface, how we can utilize this, okay, not only for research, but for teaching purpose also. Now, it is of great educational benefit to use BCI, that is brain-computer interface, as a platform for an integrated introduction to research. Additionally, this tool, that is BCI, overlap heavily with those used for cognitive and brain studies, not only in psychology, in physiology and neurology also. We need to provide a robust and safe accessible platform, not only for undergraduates, but for postgraduates and faculty also, for acquiring the EEGs, which we can do on BCI, and evoke potentials, and directly and easy access to the data which we record on this brain-computer interfaces. Now, question might be arising in your mind who are sitting here, not only the faculty, but the undergraduate and postgraduate students, that what is brain-computer interface? Okay. Now, second, what we can do on brain-computer interface? Okay. Now, two things we can do, I am telling, usually done in research labs or BCI, that is recording EEG, electroencephalogram. Most of you might be well versed with this term. And another is evoke potential, which we are doing these days on BCI for research purpose mainly. Now, how we can record this evoke potential? In few slides, I would like to make you understand. Now, next thing is using this evoke potential and research lab, not only for research, but for teaching purpose. That's how we can bridge the gap. And I think I can subserve this topic and justify it that bridging the research technique, not only for research, but for educational excellence, that is for teaching. It is said in general that a good researcher is a good teacher because you are into subject more of it if you are do the research. All right? Now, moving ahead, first of all, I would like to tell about the BCI, that is brain-computer interface. And this photograph, which I am going to show you, is a simplified version of the BCI, the most simplest. Now you can see this. This photograph shows you the overview of the brain-computer interface system, which consists of electrode. A set of electrodes are there, okay, which we put inside acquisition hardware, okay. A hardware motherboard is there, all right. And that from there, the wire goes to through USB to a computer setup. This is a simplest system in brain-computer interfaces. On this, we can record, as I have told you just, the EEGs, and from there, we can average the evoked potentials. This electrode we put usually for recording the EEG and evoked potential on the scalp. So I will tell you in brief that how we are acquiring the data in our labs and how we are using it for teaching purpose, not only for postgraduates, but for undergraduate students also. I am working in Maulana Medical College, so there we are using it for teaching purpose, not only for research. Those PGs which are doing the thesis or residents which are doing project on the interface, not only we are using it for research, but for teaching to the undergrads. Now, you know the evoked potentials are the changes in electric activity of the nervous system that are elicited by some stimulus, physical stimulus or psychological event presented to the subject. This photograph shows you the event from presenting the stimulus, acquiring it, and analyzing it. Okay? It's a form of BCI basically, just more simplifying it. Now, a subject comes to your lab. Okay? We are putting the electrodes on it, preparing it after taking consent. Then, what we do is, stimulus is presented to the subject, either on the screen or on the auditory, if it is auditory evoked potential, through the earphones, or if it is visual, or if it is stimulatory, then through somatosensor system, we give the stimulus on the skin. So, stimulus is given, either of these way, then the subject is asked to do the respond, okay, to that stimulus. If it is auditory, then the subject is asked to click after an odd ball is presented. That is, I will tell you what is the stimulus might be and on which stimulus the subject is used to press the button. In that response to the button which the subject is pressing, okay, we record EEGs. Okay, now the EEG is recorded and this EEG which is recorded is converted, averaged, okay, on the amplifier system. Okay, algorithm is applied on it, all right, and this convert EEG into evoked potential. That evoked potential, which is averaged from the EEG we are recording in the lab, is then recorded and saved in the hardware, that is XY recorder. So this is a simplified version of the brain-computer interface in the research lab. Now, electrophysiological recordings from the scalp, whether EEG or evoked potential, are completely non-invasive, first point, without risk to the human subjects. Okay? Now, this technique of recording EEG and evoked potential are relatively inexpensive compared to the other procedures, that is MRI and PETs, which are more commonly used basically for clinical diagnosis as compared to the evoked potentials. You all know that. Now, the above two attributes are essential if a test modality is to be clinically useful. The objective data can be significantly and meaningfully improve the clinical care of the particular patient. So, evoked potential these days we are using for clinical purpose also, not for only for diagnosis, in helping the diagnosis, but for prognosis also. Okay? In UCMS, in Lady Harding, in MAMC, we are using it. Okay? I will tell you what is the purpose of and where we are using in coming slides. Evoked potential techniques have been utilized to study the auditory, not only auditory, but visual and somatosensory systems. Now, what is ERP or evoked radiative potential? Question arises. Now, these are those responses that appear to result of the subject performing a cognitive task. A task is given to the subject either through the earphone stimulus or through the visual system, okay, on the screen. A number of ERPs have been described, but the most commonly used for the studies is P300. I will tell you in brief about P300 in coming slides. We will review the currently available evidences as well as providing new data to support the usefulness of evoked potential as a clinical tool. Okay? So, evoked potential has a research. We can use it as a research tool. We can use in clinical setups, and we can use in teaching also. First of all, putting the electrodes on the subject. As the subject comes to the lab, we put electrodes, okay? Now, you all know the system. The faculties might be knowing it, but for the undergraduates or PGs, this might be the new thing. Now, electrodes must be accurately positioned and tightly applied. Ordinarily, collodion applied cup electrodes are used, or sometimes subdermal needle is used for EMGs, electromyograms, all right? Which, from where we can take the evoked potentials. Now, reversible electrodes, either AgCl, silver chloride, or silver chlorides are necessary if long-lasting potentials like P300 are recorded. Coming on to the montages, how to apply this electrode on the scalp. Usually, from where we record the evoked potentials. In this system, electrodes are placed by 10-20 international system, which is followed worldwide. Now, this is the placement of the electrode on the scalp, from where we record the EEG and evoked potentials. Active electrodes usually placed at FZ, CZ, and PZ sites. You can appreciate in the midline the 3 electrode placement, FZ, CZ, and PZ. In front of the FZ, we place the grounding electrode, that is AFZ. 2 reference electrodes are placed usually on the earlobes, A1 and A2. And these are the reference electrode which is placed on earlobes. I will tell you the use of these grounding electrodes in coming slides. Now, subject has come, you have placed the electrodes, now comes the stimulus. How we present the stimulus to the subject? The stimulus may be of any modality of and intensity, depending on the requirement of the investigator. It may be, however, reasonably abrupt to onset, that the slowly changing stimuli elicit poor response as compared to the fast one. It must also be exactly controlled, and it must be reproducible. Fluctuation in the intensity, location, or quality of the stimulus can markedly alter the size and morphology of the evoked potential. Keep in mind. Okay? Now, stimuli may be auditory, it may be visual, or it might be somatosensory. For auditory stimulus to the subject, we give earphones. Headphones are there, okay? Earphones should be used wherever possible, both to obviate and for intensity fluctuation, and to allow the evaluation of each ear separately. I will show you in a slide that how we put the headphones for giving the auditory stimulus. Now next is, we can give somatosensory stimulus, okay, for recording somatosensory evoked potentials. Now in the somatosensory evoked potentials, a vibrotactile stimulus may be given by passing a sinusoidal stimulus of less than 1 kilohertz through an electromechanical transducer. See this slide. This is a electromechanical transducer. We put on skin surface. After cleaning the skin, we apply this. Now, when we record the somatosensory evoked potential, either we are recording the nerve conduction or from the median nerve or peroneal nerve, a stimulus generator can be made to give a brief taps of variable intensity. The most usual means of giving somatosensory stimulus is, however, through electrical stimulation. So a mild electrical stimulus is given in the skin for recording somatosensory evoked potential. Coming on to the visual stimulus. The third type of stimulus we can present to the subject for recording visual evoked potentials. Stimuli in this visual modality are characterized by their variety. The most commonly used are widely available light source. However, the most commonly used is strobe flash unit. See this photograph. The A part is a strobe flash, which is just a torch, a flash, which is put on rotating screen. And the screen seems to be stopped. It is not rotating. The subject sees that it is stopped. Okay? Now we can also give this stimuli through projectors. Earlier it used to be given by these two methods. Nowadays we have LEDs, light emitting diodes, and computer screens on which we give the screen. Usually the checkboard method is used for an oddball paradigm for giving the visual evoked potentials. Now the visual stimulus may be diffuse or patterned. Diffuse and patterned stimulus can be made using a large translucent diffusing screen in front of the light source, as I have shown you in the last slide. After the stimulus, what is the rate of usually giving the stimulus? Question arises. The magnitude of the evoked potential will decrease with faster rate. This phenomenon is most marked for the longer latency components of the evoked potentials, that is P300. As a simple rule of thumb, one should use an interstimulus interval of at least 2 and preferably 4 times of the period of time in which the evoked potential are occurring. For example, when examining the auditory vertex potential in awake adults, the major component is N1. We picking around 100 milliseconds after the stimulus is presented to the subject. And next one is a P2, which is occurring around 170 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds after the stimulus is presented to the subject. One usually analyze the evoked potential over a 500 millisecond for this purpose, and the interstimulus interval is used to be kept at a difference of 1 to 2 seconds. During sleep, however, the N2 component peaks around 300 to 400 milliseconds. And becoming most prominent, one uses a 1 second analysis of ISI of around 2 to 4 seconds for this purpose when we are recording the evoked potential during sleep. Now, irregular stimulus presentation has little advantage in recording with the usual sensory evoked potentials. If evoked potential are to be compared over 2 conditions, the interstimulus interval must be the same for each, like for normal subjects or for the cases. Okay? The stimulus should remain the same for comparison purpose. Now, coming on to the artifacts. When we present the stimuluses either auditory or visual or other somatosensory. Artifacts we cannot remove. Now, non-cerebral potential, these are known as. They plague the clinical EEGs and are veritable pandemic in the study of the evoked potential. So, they must be omitted. Since signal averaging makes visible what is not visible, in the background EEG, artifacts must not be rendered invisible, but they must be completely omitted and completely removed, I mean. Now, how can we remove these artifacts? Question arises. This is particularly troublesome when recording the somatosensory evoked potentials. Low resistance electrodes, especially the grounding electrodes, are used. Now, here comes the purpose of the grounding of the electrodes. Like in the initial case, when I show you the scalp, EFZ we are using, which are particularly important in decreasing the stimulus artifact. Not decreasing, this is decreasing. In order to remove such artifacts, one must carefully secure the underlying muscle and the muscle must be relaxed so that the muscle movement must be minimum. There is no muscle activity in the ongoing record. It must not be there. One technique of aiding muscle relaxation is to exert the muscle forcefully for 2 minutes prior to recording so that muscle might fatigue. Now, eye blinks and eye movement, this also causes artifacts. There is a steady potential of several millivolts between the cornea and the retina. And when we blink the eyes, when the subject blinks the eye, in recording of the evoked potential, there comes the artifact. Eye blinks, therefore, give a positive deflection in recordings from frontocentral scalp areas. Eye movements contribute positivity to those areas of the scalp towards the eyes, which are moved. Eye blinks can be subtracted from the ongoing recording of the EEG and evoked potentials by using a reference electrodes that is placed on the earlobes. Now coming on to the muscle potential, which might also cause artifacts. Now stimulus evoked muscle reflexes generate potential usually between 8 to 80 milliseconds following the stimulus. Now, so till now, I have told you that how we prepare the subject, all right, how we put the montages, all right, and how you give the stimulus and what the artifacts we come across. Now, after that, we give the stimulus and record the recording. What are the type of recording we get? In auditory evoked potentials, in somatosensory evoked potential, and in visual evoked potentials. First of all, the auditory evoked potential. In the first 10 milliseconds, after a click, they may be recorded from the vertex to the mastoid electrodes. And a series of the waves are recorded, usually 1 to 7. The first wave seems to represent activation of the cochlear nerve. Now see, this is the auditory evoked potential. That is BAEP, brainstem auditory evoked potential, and this is the graph usually we get. Now these waveforms 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 denotes activation of different areas of the pathway from the cochlear nerve to the auditory cortex. Now the first wave seems to represent activation of the cochlear nerve. So if there is defect in the cochlear nerve, this might be defected, malformed. The second wave represents the activation of the cochlear nucleus. The third wave represents activation of, and the fourth wave represents the activation of lateral lemniscus, and the 5th wave for the inferior colliculus. Okay? So by BAP, we can get the view that the pathway from the cochlear nerve to the auditory cortex, it is integrated or not, or if there is any defect in the waveform, at any point we can make out that what may be the reason. Now these are vertex potentials which are recorded. Okay? NO, PO, NA, PA, NB. These are the waveforms which are recorded from the vertex. If you put the electrodes and give auditory stimulus. These potentials are very difficult to distinguish from simultaneous occurring spell reflex potential. They may, however, represent thalamic or early cortical activation. The large, longer lasting potential elicited by the auditory stimulus are P1, that is occurring around 50 milliseconds after the presentation of the stimulus, N1, that is around 100 milliseconds, P2, 170, N2 are occurring around 250 milliseconds. And these are all components of the vertex potential. This vertex potential is widely distributed over the frontocentral region and most prominently recorded at CZ or FZ electrode. These vertex potential, keep in mind, alters with the increase in the attention of the stimulus. That is, mainly attention is shown by, if we give the stimulus to the subject by N1 and P2 component in this graph. Coming on to the somatosensory evoked potential now, after the auditory one. A definite and easily replicable waveform may be recorded from the median nerve stimulation. NCV, you might be using, some of you. Now, this is the evoked potential which were earlier used, and we designate these waveforms as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nowadays, what we designate is generation of this is somatosensory evoked potential from the tibial nerve. N22, instead of 0, denotes dorsal gray root entry zone lumbosacral spine activation. N29 shows the generation of these potential at nucleus of gracilis. P31 wave, positive wave occurring around 31 milliseconds after the stimulus, the brainstem of activation, and N37 shows the activation of the primary sensory cortex. Coming on to the VEPs. Now, visual evoked potential, which are utilized to see the integrity of the visual pathways. And ophthalmologists are using these VEPs these days. The term VEP refers to the electrical potential recorded from scalp overlying visual cortex that have been extracted from the EEG by signal averaging. VEP quantifies the functional integrity of the optic nerve and the pathway from the active nerve till the visual cortex. And this is the record we gave, see after VEP recording. The late positive components are recorded. And as I have told you, that P300 wave is most consistent wave which is recorded in auditory and most common stimulus given in auditory oddball paradigm. So what is P300? If a stimulus is required, a perceptual decision, there is often a late positive component which is recorded in evoked potential, and that is known as P300, which occurs around 250 milliseconds after the stimulus is presented to the subject. Most typically, this late positive wave is widely distributed across the scalp and maximally recorded from the parieto-central region, though the origin of P300 is usually said to be the hippocampus. The simplest way of obtaining such a late component is to present to the patient a series of regular stimuli. Occasionally, slightly different stimuli is presented to the subject, and on that stimuli which is different from the regular stimuli which is presented, the subject is asked to press the button. Okay? And this is evoked potential which we are record usually. Now, the P300 ERP is a large positive response, as I have told you, occurring in a time period of around 250 to 450 milliseconds. And oddball stimulus is usually the type of stimulus we provide for recording this. Now, third point, I have already described that the oddball stimulus, the subject has to detect it or count it. This is the manner in which the evoked potentials we record, and this is the P300 wave which come usually after this stimulus is presented to the subject. As I have told you, that is the most consistent and prominent wave which is used for research and diagnostic purpose. Now, the paradigm in this case can be altered. That is oddball paradigm. In this, while recording this evoked potential response that I have shown you earlier, the subject detected the occasional 58 decibel clicks, and the regular decibel clicks presented to the subject was of 60 decibels. So, 60 decibel regular interval stimulus is given through the earphone to the subject. Now the subject has to detect 58 decibel sound out of these all, and he or she has to press button on 58 decibel. And we can record this stimulus at that point. And that is then averaged and saved. The size of the P3 wave will vary with the attentional engagement of the subject, first point. The difficulty of the decision. So the type of stimulus we are giving to the subject. The probability of the signal we are presenting to the subject. And the confidence of the subject in decision making. Okay? This type of response requires the payoff value of that response. So these all things come. And this is what cognition is. While I was there as a faculty in Lady Hardinge Medical College, this is our neurophysiology lab. And this is the apparatus which we use there to record evoked potential for teaching and research purposes. Now this is Schwarzer Topaz EMG, neurophysiological measurement device, a 4-channel system on which we can record not only the EMG electromyograph, but nerve conduction velocities and evoked potentials, visual, somatosensory, and auditory. This is, you can appreciate the headphone, okay, in red, okay, through which the stimulus is given. So here, auditory stimulus is presented to the subject. And on the scalp surface, this is the electrodes we apply, okay, after cleaning, okay, and the type of the electrode and the method by which we apply, I have already described you. This is the thesis topic of my subject. So P300 is the evoked potential type we recorded on this in migraine patients. This is the record which come in our hand when we are recording the evoked potential P300 by giving auditory stimulus. Okay? So in the tabulated form, you can see the P300 latency and amplitude. So when we record the stimulus, in case of the P300, we usually see two aspects. That is the latency on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, the amplitude in microvolt of the wave. So amplitude and latency increase or decrease has its own implication. Okay? So deviation from the normal range has its own implication, and that is the clinical one. That's how we can diagnose different pathological conditions on the basis of the P300. In this case, when we do it on the migraine, the P300 latency is increased and amplitude is decreased as compared to the subjects, normal subjects. Now, can you show the video? I am in Maulana Medical College now, and neurophysiology lab is there under me. So I am just showing the recording, okay, that how the subject comes, okay. We take consent. So this is the PG which is doing a thesis on nerve conduction velocity, and it is showing the NCV, how we recorded there in Maulana Medical College and GB Pant Hospital. Please, a sound. This is not audible. From the start. Please restart it.
And one ring. This is the workstation of our nerve conduction.
So this is the apparatus for recording EEG and evoked potential, which consists of a screen, two screens are there. Okay, on one screen we record the recording. On the screen is
in which
other
cathode,
which on the left is
anode,
for visual evoked
and
potential.
ground electrode is placed. This is our UPS,
These are the electrodes.
CPU, printer, and ISO box. we need one stimulator and one ring electrode for doing sensory
So
examination.
this is the stimulator, somatosensory stimulus. We are giving the skin the stimulus for conducting, for recording nerve conduction velocity.
This is electrode gel, nuclear gel,
So we clean the site, apply the
conductive
gel.
jelly. In step, we are doing the motor nerve conduction studies of median nerve of the right
Median
hand.
nerve we are recording.
We have placed our cathode here on the belly of the abductor pollicis brevis muscle, anode at the base of the thumb, and one ground electrode anywhere at the same extremity.
So ground is important.
Now
ground
we
is
will be
important
giving the
for removing
stimulation with
the
the
artifact.
help of stimulator. We will increase the current from here.
So mild current is applied on the skin, and we are just recording the nerve conduction velocity.
We will slightly increase till the proper graph comes. Now you can see a proper graph is coming. Now we will mark at this point where we have placed our cathode. This is the distal side. Now we will be giving at the proximal side. Proximal side. Now you can see a proper graph is coming. Now we will mark here where we have placed our cathode, and then we will measure the distance with the inch tape between cathode to cathode.
So we are measuring the distance. The distance at the 2 point where we have given the
Our
stimulus.
distance came
And
to be
stand by
200
time is, you know, the
millimeter. Now
velocity.
we will feed here.
Okay? So we
200
can record.
millimeter.
This is NCV how
The
we record
conduction
it.
velocity
Okay,
comes to
there.
be 64 meter per second.
Okay.
This is the
So in brief,
workstation
I have
of our
shown you.
nerve conduction studies. This is our
Just stop it, stop it. So in brief, I have shown you that how we are recording. Okay, this is for NCV. We are recording P300s. That is cognitive work potential there in this lab. Okay, not only cognitive work potential, that is auditory work potential. We are also recording. Okay. Now the next one. Coming on to the clinical implications. Now, what is the use of this evok potential? Question arises. And how can you use this for clinical purpose? As I have told you that when I was in UCMS, okay, their neon codon was the machine for recording these evok potentials. And I worked on Neuroscan AMP 62 channel system there. And as madam has given her speech on sleep, my work was on sleep. Okay, there. So I used to work on sleep lab there, okay? And my thesis was on sleep, and Dr. S.S. Sarkar was my guide there. So what we did, that we asked the subject, the undergraduate students, here comes the teaching. So the subjects were undergraduate students. We used to take the recording by audible, paradigm, auditory type during the morning. Now the whole day the students used to work, and they get fatigued in the evening. Lectures are going on, practicals are there. Now after that we used to take recording in the evening. After that we asked the subject to sleep for half an hour, and we used to awake the subject at stage 2 of the NREM. When sleep spindle comes in the sleep, we used to awake them. Now after that, we again recorded. The same stimulus was presented which was presented in the morning, and we recorded the same recording. And we have found that whether there is increase or decrease in the latency. After that, half an hour after the presentation, after the awakening, we presented again the same stimulus and recorded again. So 3 recordings were there. We analyzed the 3 recording, and it has found that the latency was more in the morning. Then it decreased. It increased, sorry. It was less in the morning, then it increased in the evening as the subjects are fatigued. They have worked mentally the whole day. After the sleep, the latency has again decreased. So initially, if you immediately awaken them and taken the record there, because of the sleep lag, that is hangover, it is more. But after half an hour, it is returned to normal. That is, sleep is important. Okay? And some of the paper have already published and they said that nap is important and good for health during the working period. Okay? Now, coming on to the again on the slide, that is the clinical application of the evoked potential and EEGs. At present, the evoked potential are largely a research tool, but we all teachers can make it as a teaching tool also. Okay? And I will tell you how. There is a great and pressing need for correlating the evoked potential with the clinical problems, whether for diagnostic purpose or for prognostic purpose. It is almost certain that evoked potential may at times gives more information about the brain functioning than the clinical electroencephalography. So here comes the difference between the EEG and evoked potentials. Evoked potential stress dynamic analysis. We are giving the task to the subject. The subject is asked to give response. Either the subject have to press the button on the oddball paradigm, or he or she have to count. Okay? So, depending on the stimulus presented, it is functional analysis, dynamic, while EEG evaluate the resting status of the subject. So, this is the difference between the evoked potential and the EEGs. Coming on the sensory function evaluation, SEPs, as I have told you. The presence of definite sensory evoked potential denotes that some intact pathway exists from the receptor area to the brain generating potential, that is somatosensory cortex. BERA or BAEP, brainstem auditory evoked potential. Okay? For evaluating the hearing functions or impairments. In UCMS, patients used to come from the ENT for evaluation, and we used to do BERA there as to evaluate the auditory pathway. This test is of great assistance in evaluating hearing functions in children which are too young to test behaviorally, and in patients which are unable to communicate to the examiner. So here comes the utilization of BAEP. Coming on to the somatosensory evoked potential, which has been used to evaluate the function of afferent fibers in peripheral nerve pathologies, okay, and of the spinal cord injuries. The cortical evoked response may be profoundly altered or absent. Okay. Okay, yes, sir. So the cortical evoked potential response may be profoundly altered or absent in lesion involving the peripheral nerve. So if there is injury to the peripheral nerve or any pathology, these evoked potential are altered, slowed. These are also used to be done in spinal cord lesions and injuries. Now, in the evaluation of the patient, for the visual impairment, as I have told you that we do visual evoked potentials from each eye separately. Now, in the presence of normal electroretinogram and absent visual evoked potential denotes a lesion in the visual pathway. Okay? So, lesion might be there from the retina to the visual cortex. Okay? We can analyze that by just recording the VPs. Now, we can also evaluate the brain maturation by recording these evoked potentials. 5 minutes. Yeah. The most important current use electropotential is for evaluation of the maturation of the brain, and usually in the nurseries we are doing it. Other are for the localization of brain lesions. Okay, and the point where the lesions is there, the EP is not normal. Okay, now coming on to what is the use of these neurophysiological lab in teaching. Okay, and the topic of this Physicon Rajasthan is bridging research technique and educational excellence. Okay, so utilizing these labs for teaching purpose. You all know that NMC has implemented CBME in 2019. That is competency-based medical education. And in this CBME, they have told the departments to do electives. Now, here comes the role of these labs. Though earlier, in our UG times, we don't know, we used to, we didn't have any exposure to these labs. Nowadays, the undergraduate students, we are exposing those students to these labs. How? Here comes. Now, electives. The MBBS program is designed to create time and opportunity for students to explore future interests, allowing students time to experience a specialty or project of their choice. So by exposing the undergraduate MBBS students to these, they can just make out that what they want to take, okay, and what the utilization of this lab we are working in. This creates a diversity of choices within the specified framework that will allow students to be a part of the lab, and not only the part of the lab, a part of the research, interacting with the patients, and they can also know what the utilization of these labs in making the diagnosis and for the diagnostic purpose and for the prognosis. You know that an elective is a learning experience created in the curriculum to provide an opportunity for the learner to explore, discover, and experience areas of streams of the interest. Electives allow students to get taste of a future career. They also allow to pursue academic interest, do project work in diverse environment. My point is, open these labs, okay, for undergraduate students, not only for PGs and residents, for the faculties to do research, okay. These should be opened for undergraduate students, as they must be knowing that what the purpose of the research and how we can correlate and bridge this gap between teaching and research. I hope that I am able to justify my statement, and this my message might be given to all. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your practical guide on brain-computer interface. Now I invite my senior, Mr. Priyanshu Kaushik, to please commence the further of the event.
Thank you. Thank you, Parth. First of all, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. Mohit Tatia, sir, Gurubajan, sir, and we are grateful to have you here, sir. Dr. S.S. Tatia Medical College and Hospital and Research Center stands as a hub of excellence. With Sir's vision, we have a world-class infrastructure dedicated to pioneering medical education, superior healthcare services, and groundbreaking researches. The institution thrives for an innovation, fostering a culture of a scientific exploration that shapes the future of the medicine. A visionary leader, Dr. Mohit Sir, whose dedication to the commencement of academic excellence and innovation has been instrumental in shaping the Physicon 2025. That would not have been completed without your dedication, sir. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping the spirits high, I would like to invite Dr. Seema Ma'am, HOD Physiology, who is also the organizing president, to give a token of respect to Dr. Mohit sir. Escort team, please. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. I request Department of Physiology to please join Mohit sir on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, for an event to host, there is a driving force, a dynamic leadership, and a strategic vision. We present you all the dynamic personalities for the Physicon 2025. With this, we have a dynamic leader and with a strategic vision, Mr. Gurbajan sir, whose excellence in enhancing institutional excellence. Let's welcome him on the stage with a very huge round of applause. I invite all the HODs. I invite the HOD, Dr. Seema ma'am and Arjun Mehta sir, organizing secretary and organizing president, to please offer a token of respect. Thank you, dignitaries. With this, I request all the dignitaries to please head forward for the lunch. Students, please wait till the further order. Escort team, please take care. I request all the dignitaries to please head forward for the lunch and join us for the lunch and grace this event. Students can keep their josh high by having a huge round of applause. Before that, sorry for the inconvenience. Before that, we have a few words of gratitude, a few words of wisdom, a vision from Dr. Mohit Tatia sir. Sir, please.
Respected members of the Physiological Society of India, doctors of Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College, faculty members, dear students. Let's not be very much formal because I am really not very well versed with the discussion topic. So I would rather be very informal with you, and I am today present here just to have some conversation with some of the students, that's it. So सबसे पहले तो इस मंच के माध्यम से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा और अपनी शुभकामनाएं देना चाहूँगा डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी को, जिन्होंने ये एक इनिशिएटिव लिया और फर्स्ट ईयर का सब्जेक्ट होते हुए भी इतनी अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया। आपके बहाने से स्किल लैब और जो हमारे यहाँ पे विद्यार्थी हैं उनके द्वारा जो कार्य किए जा रहे हैं उसे देख के सच में मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि अब तक जितनी मीटिंग्स होती थी तो आई मे बी हार्श एट द मीटिंग्स। मैं हमारी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स के साथ आई एम ऑलवेज लाइक कि हमें ये करना है, हमें ये करना है, क्योंकि जो आज आपके रिसर्च टॉपिक्स भी हैं उसमें से जितने जो वर्ड्स मैं समझ पाया हूँ, इनोवेशन, एक्सेलेंस एंड रिसर्च, यही हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी का मोटिव भी है। और ऐसे ही मोटिव को आपने जो शुरुआत की है, पूरा करने की जो कोशिश की है, उसके लिए आपका धन्यवाद देता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर आप देखेंगे तो बहुत सी ऐसी फैकल्टीज़ हैं, जैसे कि फैकल्टी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर, फैकल्टी ऑफ वेटनरी साइंस, जो कि शायद उतनी ही पुरानी होंगी जितनी कि हमारी फैकल्टी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस है। और ये एक ऐसी फैकल्टी है जिससे कि सिर्फ मुझे ही आशाएं नहीं हैं, पूरे इस शहर, संभाग, पूरे इस डिवीजन को आपसे आशाएं हैं। वो सब डिवीजन में जितने भी आप यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमारे यहाँ सिटी की, डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जो अर्थव्यवस्था है, यहाँ पर होने वाले बिजनेस हैं, यहाँ पर जितनी लाइमलाइट है, यहाँ पर जितनी रोशनी है, वो सब आप बच्चों के कारण है। (2014-15) में जब यहाँ पर यूनिवर्सिटी का एक्ट पास हुआ या गठन हुआ, तब इस शहर, इस संभाग में एक प्राइवेट मेडिकल कॉलेज या गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता था। उस समय पर श्री गंगानगर को लेके, यहाँ की कनेक्टिविटी इश्यूज को लेके, यहाँ की ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन को लेके, यहाँ पर अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ डॉक्टर्स को लेके, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ क्लिनिकल मटेरियल को लेके तरह तरह की बातें होती थी। लेकिन जब आप सबका सहयोग मिला, आप सब इस ग्रुप के साथ जुड़े, तो हमने शायद वो सब करके दिखाया जो आसपास कोई भी ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूट, कोई भी ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटी, कोई भी ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है जो कि हमारे आसपास भी हो। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आने वाले दिनों में कुछ बहुत से ऐसे सेक्टर्स हैं जो कि कनेक्टिविटी या उससे रिलेटेड हैं, उसके अंदर भी हमारा ग्रुप बहुत ही अच्छा काम करके दिखाएगा, बिल्कुल मॉडल और मॉडर्न प्रैक्टिसेस करके दिखाएंगे। मुझे आने से पहले, शायद मैंने पिछली बारी भी इस 26 जैन को कुछ हमारे कॉलेज से रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स कम थे, लेकिन मुझे ये पता लगा कि हमारे यहाँ पे कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो कि हल्का सा कोई मेंटल प्रेशर लेते हैं। तो मैं बेसिकली आज आया भी इसीलिए ही था कि आपको बिल्कुल भी कुछ भी ऐसा मेंटल प्रेशर अपने मन में, अपने माइंड पर नहीं रखना है, क्योंकि जैसा कि मैंने इसमें पढ़ाई तो आपको करनी ही होगी, लेकिन लेट मी कम टू द पॉइंट। लेकिन मैंने भी, जैसे कि मैंने 26 जैन को भी अपने अभिभाषण में कहा था कि मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे सॉन्ग्स बताऊंगा जो कि होंगे रैप फॉर्म में, लेकिन उनमें मतलब भगवत गीता का होगा। और जब आप उनको सुनेंगे, वो आपकी जनरेशन के साथ मैच करेंगे, और जब आप उनको सुनेंगे तो आपको ये महसूस होगा कि सबसे पहली बात तो कर्म ही भगवान है। हमें सिर्फ अपना कर्म करना है और कोई रिजल्ट की चिंता नहीं करनी। अगर आज हमारे साथ में कुछ बुरा हो भी रहा है, तो आप दुनिया के जितने सक्सेसफुल बिजनेसमैन, जितने सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, आप किसी को भी देख लीजिएगा, वो सब बैक बेंचर्स थे, फेलियर्स थे, एट टाइम कई बारी फेल हुए लाइफ में। That doesn't motivate you for failing, but मैं आपको एक सेकंड साइड ऑफ द कॉइन बताना चाहता हूँ। एंड नंबर 2, इस समय का चक्र, जो समय का चक्र है वो कभी भी एक जैसा नहीं रहता। कृष्ण भगवान, जो कि जैसे मैं कहता हूँ कि माखन चोर मक्खन चुराया करते थे, लेकिन वो किसी समय पे द्वारिकाधीश बने, न्यायाधीश बने, उनको रोल ऑफ अ जज मिला। जो इस दुनिया में न्याय को लेकर, न्याय के लिए आए थे, उनका जन्म ही अन्याय के स्थान पर हुआ, जेल में उनका जन्म हुआ। तो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो ये समय का चक्र बदल नहीं सकता, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो आपकी मेहनत चेंज नहीं कर सकती, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो हमें आज कोई एक मुकाम के ऊपर हम पहुँचे हैं तो हम उससे आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। मैं सिर्फ आपको यही कहना चाहता हूँ, आपको खुद पर विश्वास रखना है, अपने आप से ऑनेस्ट रहना है। जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपके पेरेंट्स, आपकी फैमिली या आप खुद को मिरर में देखते हुए महसूस करते हैं, उसको अच्छे से निभाना है और अपनी ज़िंदगी, अपने मोटिव, अपने ड्रीम्स को पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगा देनी है। बस यही एक आपको काम करना है। और हमेशा एंटरप्रेन्योर की तरह सोचना है। जब हम, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जब मैं कॉलेज जाया करता था तो वहाँ पर कुछ बच्चे कॉलेज में पढ़ने जाते थे, मैं उस कॉलेज को देखने जाता था कि मुझे कॉलेज कैसे बनाना है। तो आपको अपने सोच, विजन को आप केमिस्ट्री पढ़ रहे हैं, फार्माकोलॉजी पढ़ रहे हैं, आपको वहाँ पे एंजाइम्स, मॉलिक्यूल्स इस वे में दिखने चाहिए कि कल को मैंने उसी तरीके के नए एंजाइम्स बनाने हैं, मॉलिक्यूल्स, जिसको हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डिवीजन या जिसे हम पिच डेस्क, जो हम ये इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, ये मैं ज़रूर चाहूँगा कि कॉलेज की तरफ से ये इनिशिएटिव्स हम लें, बच्चों को उस अप्रोच की तरफ देखना है। बाकी सब चीज़ें नेचर और आपका संघर्ष अपने आप आपको उस मुकाम पे ले जाएगी। दैट्स इट, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words of wisdom. Students are requested to please settle down. Now we have lunch for the dignitaries and faculty members. Students are requested to please settle down. तुम लोग पहले I completely understand, students. Students, please maintain silence for 2 minutes. We will have your attendance first. We will send you to the common area where we have made the proper arrangement for your lunch. But that would take 15 minutes. And I request
Matra, sir, Associate Professor at Dr. S.S. Tantia Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, to please felicitate Dr. Gaurav Swami, sir. Have a huge round of applause for him. I would please like to invite Ms. Simran to felicitate Dr. Gaurav Swami, sir.
This is Physicon 2025. Enlighten us on her topic. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause.
So, good afternoon, my dear students and dear faculty and dear colleagues. So, we have had a lunch. I suppose I want all you with me. We are here for a very interactive session. What is the topic of my session today, students? It is interactive teaching in physiology. And I want your interactivity to be with me. This lecture, this session is actually dedicated to all the faculty, but I think I have molded it a little bit, seeing the crowd is of students. So let's start with it. My learning objectives of the session will be, at the end of the session, the participants which I am catering to is faculty here, will be able to enumerate the various teaching learning methods, understand the changing roles of a teacher from an information provider to a facilitator, will be able to implement strategies to facilitate learning both in large as well as small group learners. So my dear students, you all know there are various teaching learning methods, and most of the faculty will agree to me to the fact that there are so many learning teaching methods which have come up with NMC. And depending on that, the classification has also been done for this because there's so many. So they have been classified depending upon the domain, the group size, and the context. If we see domain-based, 3 domains of learning and teaching students, they are knowledge, skills, and attitude. I want the student to respond, where are you learning attitude? Attitude learning ho rahi hai aapki kahin? Yes, very good. So we have different methods of teaching these 3 domains, right? Then this is something for the physiology people. We have different competencies in the NMC, by NMC, given by NMC, and they have also told us different methods. Many methods of teaching and learning. But surprisingly, in physiology itself, we have 12 topics and 136 competencies. Such a huge number. And you see, 3 main methods NMC has given us. For large group teaching, we have 130 hours in physiology. For small group, we have 305 hours, and SDL we have 10. This wasn't earlier. I hope Bharti ma'am would agree with me. Bharti ma'am, this has changed. Earlier by NMC, we used to have a quite large number. Yes, ma'am. But now lectures are few and SGL are many. Why? Why SGL many? Something bad in lectures? Something bad in lectures? So let us understand why this need of changing lectures to SGL. What is SGL? Small group learning. As I am speaking here, students will come to the fact that they like sitting in their hostels, cozy beds, cozy room, and they would like to hear some video in their hands. They don't like to come to the classrooms. Why? They come only because attendance matters. 75% attendance, 80% attendance. Many come, but many do not come. Why? We feel the lacunae, you feel the lacunae. There is loss of love, care in the classroom. Maybe you think the material the teacher is giving you, we have a better material, resource material than that. We are comfortable, we are not being pushed by anyone, so you like to stay back. Teacher says, you failed the test, but the student says, you failed to teach me. This discrepancy is going on. मैं ज़्यादा लोगों के साथ हूँ because ज़्यादा वोटिंग उसी साथ हो जाते हैं जहाँ ज़्यादा लोग हैं, तो हम आपके साथ हैं students, right? So they say, some of you may say, college is a place where a professor's notes go straight to the student's notes without passing through the brains of either. मैंने कॉपी करके पीपीटी बना ली, पीपीटी आपको पढ़ा दी, आपने भी कॉपी कर लिया, चले गए कॉपी कॉपी कॉपी. Sometimes I ask the student, the other day when I go to the next lecture, I ask, what did you read last time? They don't know, because it never went through the brain. Then, very disadvantages. These lectures are boring, yes. Monotonous, yes. A circumstance of threat, yes. हम हिलेंगे तो टीचर बोलेगी क्यों हिले, क्यों ऐसा किया. कोई बात नहीं, अभी 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 मैं आपके साथ हूं, बाद में थोड़ी देर यहाँ इस वाली साइड भी आऊंगी। अभी आप चलिए तालियां बजाते जाइए। सो insufficient. Some teachers come, just read the notes, they don't even bother. If somebody is throwing paper from the back, they say, it's okay, I am okay with it, it doesn't matter, and they go off. There's no interactivity at all. Yes? And not suitable for psychomotor. You can't, they say we will teach demonstrations they are taking in the form of lectures. They are not suitable for demonstration, for psychomotor and affective skills. There are many more good methods, right? And teachers' level of understanding, I will not say that more. Let's come to say, what is a lecture actually? Read with me. Lecturers actually work against the human brain. Brain requires workouts to learn and grow. Agree? You go to the gym? You go to the gym? But while lecture fosters a couch potato mentality. Right? So this is our class photo only. See? People sleeping at the back. This is not a photo which is copied from any net source, but from our institution only. I happen to take it. Now I would like to ask you to do one activity, and I will call one student from this faculty can also, if they want to volunteer. Think the best teacher you ever had from the start of your school to the 2 or 3 years you have been here. What did she do or what did he do? And then you just pair with the person sitting next to you, and then you can share here. We would like to listen from you. Students, you can talk. We have given a permission you to talk. So you can talk, and I will be calling anyone who volunteers, or I will call myself as somebody as a volunteer. Please talk. Only 2-minute thing. आपको कोई टीचर याद आ रही है जो आपको बहुत पसंद हो? आपको कोई टीचर याद आ रहे हैं जो आपको बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाया हो? आपको कोई टीचर याद आ रहे हैं जिन्होंने आपको बहुत इंस्पायर किया हो? आपको कोई टीचर याद आ रहे हैं जिनको आप गॉड फादर या मदर मानते हैं? तो प्लीज उनके बारे में जरूर बताइए, ये उनके लिए एक श्रद्धांजलि भी होगी. Not for living Shraddhanjali, not the one. Shraddhanjali is living also. Yes? Who is the most active one? Madam, आपकी क्लास में कौन सा एक्टिव स्टूडेंट है, उसको बुलाते हैं? सारे हैं? हाई वर है. चलिए फिर आइए, बताइए, आप ही बताइए. एक टीचर, एक तो बताइए, कोई तो बताइए. Yes, yes, yes. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हिंदी में बोलिए. मैं भी आपके साथ हिंदी में बोल रही हूँ.
हेलो, मैं सभी का सर का थोड़ा सा परिचय दे दूं मेरा, कि मैं MBBS फर्स्ट ईयर का स्टूडेंट हूँ और 62 इयर्स में प्रवेश कर गया हूँ. और मैं टांटिया मेडिकल कॉलेज के प्रशासन का धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे एक्सेप्ट किया. और टीचर्स के बारे में मैं थोड़ा बताऊंगा कि वैसे तो मैं हमेशा से 3rd डिवीजन से पास होता है.
एक टीचर बताइए.
हाँ, एक टीचर,
एक ही बस.
जब मैं केमिस्ट्री में 79 में हायर सेकेंडरी में पढ़ता था. लेकिन एक छोटी सी चीज़ और बताऊंगा कि पढ़ते तो थे ही नहीं हम, कभी भी पढ़ना आता भी नहीं था. तो हमारे जो केमिस्ट्री के टीचर थे, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि कल आपको ये पढ़ के आना कि पदार्थ छोटे छोटे कणों से मिलकर बना होता है. ऐसा उस चैप्टर में था केमिस्ट्री में. तो पढ़ने का तो नामो निशान नहीं था. तो हम दूसरे दिन गए, कुछ पढ़ा हुआ नहीं था. तो सर ने पूछा कि हमारे श्याम जी स्वामी थे, उन्होंने पूछा कि बता रमेश, पदार्थ छोटे छोटे कणों से मिलके बना होता है, उसको एक्सप्लेन करो. तो मुझे कुछ पढ़ा हुआ था नहीं, तो मैंने एक आइडिया लगाया दिमाग में. तो मैंने कहा सर हम एक पत्थर लेते हैं, एक हथौड़ा लेते हैं, फिर उस हथौड़े से पत्थर को तोड़ते हैं, वो टुकड़ों में बंट गया. फिर उसको और फोड़ते हैं, वो टुकड़ों में बंट गया. तो इस तरह से हम साबित हो गया कि ये पदार्थ छोटे छोटे कणों से मिलके बना होता है. तो वो हाथ में क्या है, उनके जूता था. वो 10-12 तक तो काउंटिंग की उन्होंने, मेरे इतना मारा कि आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। मैंने खूब फास्ट काउंटिंग शुरू की, मैंने कहा शायद कभी बताना पड़े, लेकिन वो नहीं कर पाया। फिर उन्होंने कहा कि कल इसको याद कर लेना, नहीं तो उस हथौड़े से कल तेरा सर फोड़ूंगा, तब साबित होगा। लेकिन मैं एक टीचर के बारे में कहना चाहूँगा, हमारे तारानगर के कात्यायनी दत्त जी सांडिल्य थे, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए थे, नियर अबाउट 90 ईयर्स के होने के बाद में वो एक्सपायर हुए। अगर मैं उनके बारे में सिर्फ एक लाइन उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए कहूँगा कि अगर किसी को साक्षात भगवान धरती पे देखना है तो आप उनको देख लो। आप हमारे तारानगर में कभी भी पूछ लेना, मैं उनको भगवान से भी बढ़कर मानता हूँ। मैं उनको आज श्रद्धांजलि देता हूँ, उनको याद करके कहता हूँ। मैं हमेशा उस टाइम भी कहता था, और उस टाइम के स्टूडेंट्स के प्रत्येक के घर में उनकी आज भी मंदिर में फोटो मिलेगी, आप कभी भी तारानगर तहसील में देख लेना। थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू।
और कोई स्टूडेंट है? चलिए, फैकल्टी तो आई विल एक्सक्यूज, राइट। So, तीन तरह, you have experienced about 3 types of teachers. You have been studying since LKG onwards. One type of teacher will come and he's MD, DNB, DM, and he will come and say so many things that you get confused at the end. You don't know what he said actually. You were so interested in the beginning कि आज तो DM sir की class होने वाली है, and you didn't get anything. They are known as obscurators. Then most of them fall into the second category. They are regurgitators. They just come, read the notes and go. You even don't feel that there has been some interactivity, there has been some learning. Today, the era has changed. Sorry students, this was our era. Now the era has totally changed. It is the era of the facilitators. Facilitators who will make you, engage you in the class, who will actually make you learn things. So we actually, by the NMC also, the role of the teacher has been emphasized now as a facilitator, to facilitate learning. Now, although we discussed there are very disadvantages of lecture, but the lectures can be very useful also because they are informative. And as I can cater to a crowd of 150 at one stance, it can be done. Even the recordings can be taken and they can be shared later on. Even the live telecast can be done. And in fact, it is impossible keeping the resources. The faculty will agree with me that keeping the resources in mind, it is very difficult to have one-to-one interaction or small group teaching for every topic. We need to have large group teaching. But what is required on the part of the teacher who is actually taking a session is to plan or organize the session, to think what I have to bring into notice of you students and faculty, that attention span of the human being is only 15 to 20 minutes. You may be seeing at the start of my session, some are very actively listening, but as 15 to 20 minutes go, the attention span drops. So the lectures or sessions have to prepare so that there is some activity in between, engaging students in learning, and there should be the interactivity in the student and the content. Now come on to interactive lecturing. What is interactive lecturing? It involves active involvement and participation by the student. That was it. That was it. So that the students are no longer passive in their learning. In fact, I could touch somebody here. So you are not passive listeners. You are also part of the team. We don't have to teach you alone. You have to learn together. You know, a very good incident, you go to a movie, you come back. What do? You discuss with your friend, and then you remember movie. That is, you remember how wide, that is actually an active learning. You don't discuss what happens, you forget it after some times, most of the times. When you have a discussion with your friend, you learn, you actually remember. So interactive teaching or learning. Students, I will be coming to your part also, what you will be doing on your part for interactive teaching. So whenever a lecture is going on, although it's the need of the facilitator to facilitate your learning, but your participation is also required. Right? So that it is less lecturing by the instructor and it's more by involvement of both. There have been studies which showed that if there is an activity introduced in between the lecture, why, you know now the scientific reason why the activity has to be there? Scientific reason why the activity has to be there, girls on the front, and you have to be actively involved in that. Why? Because the attention span is only 15 to 20 minutes. So if they say, if the teacher and the student both are involved, what happens to the learning of the student? That increases, that is much more as compared to when the student is not participating in the activity. मैंने अभी बहुत सारों को क्वेश्चन पूछा, बहुत सारों को I asked them to pair, think, they were not interested. Actually, this is not a session to be learned by you, but if you develop the habit of participating, you will learn more. That is what is active learning. So in fact, if they say, if there is an active learning, after 2 weeks of time, you remember more of what we say, that is 70% of what we say, 90% of what we say and do. So that comes to this famous Chinese proverb, tell me I forget, show me I understand, involve me I learn. कोई example दे सकता है इसकी? Students. Example of any teaching learning activity which has happened in your classes. Yes, yes, come. Tell me, I remember. See, if there is a demo, who all have done recording of blood pressure? Who all have done recording of blood pressure? Yes? Was it only a telling? So it was showing only? It was doing, involving. Right? So if you were involved, then only you learned. But if you only heard and if you only understood, then you would have never learned how to perform. The basic aim of our lecture for the faculty, yes, Bharti ma'am, basic aim of the lecture for us people is to inform, to influence, or to inspire. Seema ma'am, which should be the priority? Inspire only. Information is not our aim. Information you are getting better resources, better resource materials for your NEET PG. You influence. What do you mean by influence? We do a little bit of influencing that if we teach you, you start reading some resources. Inspire, that is the role of the teacher. It is this role which we are aiming at. Our roles have changed as facilitator, that when we teach you something, you go home and you feel like reading. It is not you throw your bags and sleep. So we are doing three things, as ma'am said. We are informing, we are influencing, and we are inspiring. But our main goal is inspiring. We will be actually good teachers if we are able to inspire you. For a good teacher, what is required? Eye contact. Do you feel good? एक एग्जाम्पल घर की दूं आपको, मम्मी वाली. When you are at your home, if your mother is not listening to it, you say, "Mama, सुनो आप मेरी बात, चाहे वो सुन रही हैं कि नहीं." So I think the teachers will like that fact that we will feel good. Then, sorry. Huh? Personalizing the class. No threatful atmosphere. Active learning by use of different videos. I think you might have that experiences in your classes. You might have get some videos shown by the teachers. Actually, they say a mediocre teacher plans what to teach, while the excellent teacher plans what to ask. Asking questions is also a tact which engages the students. So there can be certain engagement triggers which can be introduced and has been done with you. I think now students at the back bench, please let me know the engagement triggers. I know the faculty is doing, let's know what are these. Maroon turban at the end. Yes. Maroon turban at the end. We are talking of these engagement triggers. No? यार कोई तो बोलो, आप लोग इंटरेक्टिव लेक्चर है. डेमोन्स्ट्रेशंस पता है आपको क्या है? थिंक पेयर शेयर पता है क्या है? नहीं पता? नहीं पता? तो ये होता है जो मैंने अभी आपको बोला था. आप लोग सोचिए, फिर शेयर करिए, पेयर करिए, फिर शेयर करिए. Crosswords, point of the day, muddiest point. Muddiest point is what? You ask the students, you just give a paper to the student after the lecture and you ask the student to write what is difficult in that. So that is the muddiest point. Questioning, jigsaw technique ma'am has introduced today, I came to know. Then taking notes and pre-lecture assignments and flipped classroom. What is flipped classroom? The teacher give you the topic, you read at your place, and then you discuss it with the teacher in the class. That's a flipped type of classroom. So these are some engagement triggers. Mind dear students, this session was for faculty, but I am involving you just to make that you are here and you should know what happens. In crosswords, they can be used. Then they think, pair, share, table quizzes are conducted in the classrooms. Then 2-minute paper, the students are given 2-minute the paper and they are asked to write something important. The case studies are shown to the student. Do you have ECE? So that is a type of a case study they gave you so that you develop interest in the topic. That is also an engagement trigger which is given during the lectures, right? Then fish bowl technique is how you make the students sit and involve, divide them. Then buzz groups, the students are asked to sit in groups. And so these are all different types of techniques which have been used with you people and will be used thereafter by the faculty, right? In fact, are you familiar with reflections? Reflection writing? So PowerPoint makes powerless. How many say PowerPoint is good? Raise your hands. 1. But sometimes they say students don't like PowerPoints too much. So actually they are making it powerless. For any lecture, do you like a lecture to go on for 45 minutes? No. You want some activity in between. And there should be, this is how the lecture plan has to be made, right? There are certain approaches for small group also, tutorials, seminars, workshop, mini project work, electronic tutorials, video conferencing, tele-tutorials. Then something can also be done in small groups. Do you know, students, what is small group learning? What is small group learning? What is small group learning? Where there are only 15 to 20 students at the most we are taking. And if we are teaching them, they are sitting as you people are sitting in one row, and if we make them sit like this, there will be more interactivity or less? More interactivity, more eye contact, more interactivity with the teacher. Right? So actually, जितनी भी हलचल हुई अभी, आप लोग इधर आए, आपने बताया. So what that actually creates is the position from this to this. So, you agree to the fact that lectures are no longer lecturalgia. Why they are no longer lecturalgia? Because of the active involvement of both the sides, the student and the facilitator. What is the facilitator doing? Doing various activities, keeping the environment very congenial. How can the teacher keep the environment congenial? With eye contact, with making non-threatening atmosphere. How can the student help in this? Student can help by actively participating, by reading at its own place. Questionnaire, I always say, when do you take the attendance, madam? Usually, it is better if you take in between. That is also a type of interactivity which can be done. We usually do, the students, they can talk to each other at time, they can share notes with each other, they can also the monotony breaks. In fact, I practice something very basic. I say students, when they are sitting after 15-20 minutes, abruptly, stand up. And they stand up and they are like, what happened now? And those who were sleeping or those who were watching on phones, they actually stand up and their monotonies break. They may then again listen for 5-10 minutes with you. This happens or not? And most of the time, what are the students they are seeing? Which काफी maximum students, they are actually seeing the time. 1 घंटे का lecture था, कब खत्म होने वाला है? I am not saying you as a student, I was doing the same. And I also do the same sometimes. But that is not only the facilitators have to change, the students have also to bring a change. In fact, they say the institution is, if it is growing up, it is the students who develop the institution. It is the students who actively participate. They develop the institution. Now here, just to tell you what actually was my session, although it was catered to the faculty, at the moment I had to change, seeing you, so many of you sitting here, then how to do about it. But still, I have some good experiment for you to keep a memory of that. If further you will be going to medical colleges and you will be doing teaching and being a facilitator. And now also peer teaching is also, who knows what is peer teaching? What is peer teaching? Anybody? Students teach each other. Then senior students, they also teach you. Right? That is at your own level. That also increases your retention and increases your interest in the subject. Right? एक आपको बात सुनाते हैं. There was a teacher who used to say, he was taking class of kids. सबसे आपको याद होगा, सबके क्लास प्लस जो फर्स्ट क्लास में होंगे तो माई मदर का लेक्चर जो होता है ना, ऐसे लिखवाते हैं, माई मदर इज वेरी गुड, माई मदर इज डूइंग दिस जॉब, माई मदर हेल्प्स मी दिस. तो after some time, after teaching for half an hour, the teacher asked the student, who is the best person on earth? वो ऐसे में ये भी लिखाया था, my mother is the best person on earth. तो उसने आधे घंटे की टीचिंग के बाद मम्मी के बारे में बोलना है सब कुछ. उसके बाद टीचर पूछ रही है उसे, बच्चे, who is the best person on earth? He said, Madam, it is you. He was like, I have taught you for 30 minutes and you are talking what? He said, Ma'am, I have a small sister at home. My mother does all this thing, she sings, she does all these things so that she sleeps. But she doesn't sleep. You are a fantastic person. You teach in the class, everybody sleeps. So you are the best person in the world. Right? So this is happening, this was happening, but requires a change. मेरे को वो चाहिए, बच्चे कोई हेल्प कर देगा, वो नीचे से सामान चाहिए. हाँ ये चाहिए, इसी में चाहिए. एक मैं टीचर्स के लिए भी बताती हूँ छोटा सा. One time there was a cardio teacher who was teaching CVS. So he said, the most common cause of mitral stenosis. क्या होता है? किसी को पता है अभी तक? Rheumatic fever. टीचर को बोलते the causes of उसने ये बताना था, तो उसने बोला the common cause of mitral stenosis is rheumatic fever. Second, फिर टीचर ने लिख दिया rheumatic fever. Third, फिर लिख दिया rheumatic fever. Fourth, फिर वो कहते टीचर सठे आ गया, इसको क्या हो गया, rheumatic fever ही लिखता जा रहा है. That is the crux. The teacher wanted to point out that this is the most important thing and you have to learn. And this we all are doing, we are repeating the important thing so many times so that you learn better. In a lecture, we should also, whatever we want, we should repeat many times. So I'm just showing you an experiment to show what is happening in the classes and what should happen in the class. Think it as a resource, a book. Think it as a book. This, a beaker. This, a beaker, a teacher. Resource. This is a student. Can you see the student? Let's start teaching the student. The teacher takes the resource, full of knowledge. Teacher is full of knowledge. Come to the student and starts teaching. Does anything go in? Why? 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 इसमें क्या है, अंदर क्यों नहीं गया? Lid is closed. Lid is closed. Right? Then we do tearing, we open the lid. Right? उसको बताया, आज objectives बताए हैं कि बच्चों आपने CVS इसलिए पढ़ना है कि you need to know how you will tackle the diseases in future, right? सो वो आए, उसने बताया थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव, तो उसने फिर क्या डालना शुरू किया, फिर उसको पढ़ाना शुरू किया। तो अब कितना पानी जा रहा है इसमें, कितना रिसोर्स जा रहा है? इज इट 100% और 50%? 50%, राइट। अब उसने क्या किया, अब कितना जा रहा है? 100%। क्यों? स्लोली, प्यार से, है ना। जब आप टीचर्स प्यार से टॉपिक को डील करते हैं, हैंडल करते हैं आप लोगों को, तो आपके अंदर चीजें जानी शुरू होती हैं, है ना। मेरे से टीचर्स ये आपका लक है कि आपके लिए मॉडिफाई हो गया लेक्चर, अदरवाइज ये टीचर्स के लिए था। इसमें अगर हमने पावर पॉइंट की हेल्प ले ली, पावर पॉइंट है ये हमारा पावर पॉइंट, इसको हमने देना है रिसोर्स मटेरियल। क्या पावर पॉइंट लगाने से अंदर गई चीजें? अगर पावर पॉइंट की सही यूज होगी तभी जाएंगी चीजें अंदर। So this is how the learning and teaching is affected. So I hope you got the message and you will carry it forward. Thank you so much. It's okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for this delightful talk. I would like to invite our respected Dr. Ritu Purohit, ma'am, to please felicitate our guest speaker. Please have a huge round of applause for her.
Up next, Dr. Amrit Podar, a leading researcher in cardiovascular physiology, will present his lecture on the relationship of vascular aging with arterial stiffness. This session will delve into the physiological mechanism behind vascular aging and its implication for cardiovascular health. Please give him a big round of applause.
Audible? A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I thank. Okay. very good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I thank Department of Physiology, Tantia Medical College, for organizing this beautiful conference and giving me the opportunity to present something here. Yeah. So I was just going through the brochure of this conference and I came to know that I am the youngest faculty giving any presentation over here. So, and just after learning a lot of things from the morning onwards, the benchmark is little bit high for me. So I will try my level best to make it easy, because I can see a lot of Indian medical undergraduate students here from the first year MBBS. So my topic is timeless vessels, exploring the breakthroughs in vascular aging and its intricate relationship with arterial stiffness. I am Dr. Amrit Poddar, Assistant Professor, Department of Physiology in Tirthankar Mahavir Medical College, Uttar Pradesh. So first of all, whatever I am today, all the credit goes to my teachers. So first of all, I would like to say thanks to my teachers, Professor Das, Professor Aithala and Professor Patil, for making me capable of what I am today. So starting with the topic, how many of you can recognize her? So I am also going to be like little bit of interactive as much as possible. Any of you please raise your hand if you can recognize her. Okay. So she is Mrs. Maria. Till last year, she was the like oldest lived individual in this Mother Earth. Unfortunately, on my birthday last year, she left us. She lived for 117 years, 5 months and 15 days. So after she left us, now, no, she was from USA. Now, how many of you recognize her? She is now at present the oldest lived individual. She is from Japan and her age is 116 years, 8 months, 15 days and counting as of today's date. We don't have any, we have heard, oh, we lived long, why don't we, like if you see at a Indian population, so last year election, 2024 election, in the news I saw this, so 135 years old individual came for voting. But I said 117 years is the oldest individual, 116 years is the oldest. So why is it 135 and no record? It is because nowadays we have our birth certificate. When I asked my grandparents to show their birth certificate, so they used to tell us a story. They are 5 brothers. One day, from the elder brother to the youngest brother, they used to go together and all of their written birth date is same. This story was there everywhere in the India. Okay? So although this person claimed to be 135 years, but showed no supporting documents which prove that he is 135 years. That's why documentation lacking is there and we stay behind. Now coming to the top 20 countries by the life expectancy, and you can see India is not in the list. So I will come where India is. Now we have an expected life expectancy by 2030, and again top 10 countries, India is not there. I had a list of top 30, again India is not there. So where we stand? So this data I took from again a news channel India TV. Our average life expectancy is 70 years. Let us compare with the famous countries we love comparing to. So we are just more than Pakistan. They are having 67, we are having 70. None of the developed countries, as you can see, like we are almost near also we cannot say. So now What about doctors? We are all becoming doctors. Here, first year MBBS students are there. After 4.5 and 1 year internship, you are going to become doctor. What about our life expectancy? Doctors, see, you can see here, so many articles have been published which showed that doctors live almost 5 to 6 years less than that of the average population. As you can see, India's average life expectancy was 70 years. For doctors, it is 63 years. It is not I am talking about, it is ICMR is talking about. Now, let us go to some after MBBS specialty, who live long. Let us see the data that is published in British Journal of Cardiology, and it is the global data, not only Indian data. So, highest life expectancy, primary care, not doing specialty. Again, that doesn't motivate you to do, not to pursue any specialty. Okay? Who live longer globally? That is the primary care. Shortest life expectancy, who specialist of accident and emergency departments. Again, possible reason might be stressful lifestyle. And this image you can see different causes of death for them. So, as this definition is very clear to all of you, aging is a process of becoming older. It represents the accumulation of changes in a person over a period of time. There should be physical change, there should be social change, and there should be psychological change. So, sir, you were talking about, your talk was about vascular aging. You are talking all about aging. What is the catch behind when the vascular aging will start, and what is the link between? I am just coming. First of all, what is vascular aging? It is a developing process characterized age-related deterioration in both structure and function of the blood vessels. It involves the deterioration in vascular structure and function over the time and ultimately leads to damage in the heart, brain, kidney and other organs. हिंदी में समझने के लिए धीरे धीरे शरीर के सारे ऑर्गन्स के फंक्शनैलिटी कम होने लगते हैं और एक समय के बाद एकदम से काम करना बंद कर देता है. Okay? How does this is linked, aging and vascular aging? A man is as old as his arteries. Okay? So, whenever you are talking about aging, mainly our stress is on the vascular aging. What are the factors associated with vascular aging? Vascular stiffness, mostly the stiffness of the arteries. What is stiffness? It is the rigid vessels. When I am talking about arterial stiffness, it is the rigid arteries. Rigid arteries do not work physiologically as expected and as optimal. Next, they produced reactive oxygen species, which in turn produce more and more free radicals, which in turn increase the oxidative stress. Again, increased peripheral blood pressure. Sir, we know this. We have studied in our practical blood pressure. Yeah, that is what we am talking about, peripheral blood pressure. Does that mean another blood pressure is there? Yes. Increased central blood pressure. What is that? Coming in the upcoming slides. Atherosclerosis, arteriosclerosis, peripheral vascular diseases, endocrine disorders, other comorbidities such as death at an early age. Lists are too long, you can just say it is the just tip of the iceberg. Coming, so tip of the iceberg phenomena, when you will study community medicine in third phase, then you will study this. So brachial blood pressure, all of us measure, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. Most of the diseases, vascular diseases and related is comorbidities are not related to mainly the brachial blood pressure, it is related to the central blood pressure, which cannot be measured by the conventional methods. But that doesn't exclude the importance of measurement or determination of the peripheral blood pressure. So, hypertension, it is affects entirely or anything of the body, whatever you can think of. You can think of bone loss, you can think of loss of vision, kidney disease, stroke, depression, anxiety, anything you can think of, it is linked with hypertension. But whenever you're talking about hypertension, mostly you are talking about the hypertension from the peripheral blood pressure. It is very less talked about the central blood pressure. And central blood pressure is the one thing which is mostly linked to the vascular stiffness, which is linked to the vascular aging. Now, this is the percentage of population suffering from hypertension in our country. In the red mark, you can see more than 30% prevalence, and white mark is not yet surveyed area. So, this image also I have taken from this source. Now, one shocking thing is, like, we are the capital of high blood pressure, India as a country, but we do not have our own database. When it comes to make policies, we have to follow either AHA or the JNC. Both of them, the guidelines, definitions, and everything are different. So, after the JNC 7 came, confusion became more and more and solved almost nothing. So, this is the instrument I use to measure the vascular aging and the arterial stiffness. This is a instrument name is periscope, which works on the oscillometric method. So, this is the person doing, my technician is doing the measurement, and so this is basically my data. I record my technician recorded my vascular aging. So, when recorded, I was almost 4 years younger than my chronological age. Okay? This is the effect of vascular aging. You can see age may be different, vascular aging may be different. Lot of time we have heard in the newspaper, 50-year-old celebrity suddenly died, and we can see 130 years still survive, someone is claiming. So, how does this much difference? This is due to vascular aging. A person may be 50 years of chronological age, but vessel might be 100 years old. So, we cannot expect much life expectancy in that person. So, this is the way it gives the report for the vascular aging and the arterial stiffness parameters. And does that mean that every time having a like lesser vascular age, suppose you are 30 years of year coming 20 years, it is good, it is object and beneficial, by the oscillometric method not. So, here I can show this is a patient we got in the medicine department. This patient age you can see 59 years, okay. Vascular aging we got 10 years. Does that mean that this person will survive long? No. The sensitivity of the oscillometric method is 73%. So, you cannot trust again, you have to combine it so many parameters possible. So, and one fantastic thing, I was showing you this data, no? See here this instrument is giving you blood pressure of all the 4 limbs. So, we ask the person, do you have any difficulty while walking? Yes or no. What is your age, chronological age, what is your weight, what is your height, and we enter in the software. We attach all 4 limbs, the BP curve, we attach the 4 limbs ECG leads, ECG electrodes to be precise, and software automatically after 10 minutes generates the report. So, you can see here right brachial BP, left brachial BP, right ankle and left ankle BP is measured. This was my report. You know what happened to this patient, what I am talking to 10 years vascular age. So, his right arm BP was recorded 150 by 110. On the left arm it was recorded 82 by 56. And a debate started between the junior resident and the intern during the round. Then they called us, we went with our big instrument periscope to the ward and we recorded. Then they are only discussing, okay, which you measured right hand, where you measured left hand. Okay, now call the physiology department, and we recorded. But except this difference, we did not found anything. This was a patient of hemiplegia, not a typical vascular disease patients, okay, where we can expect these things. So the diagnosis we added along with the hemiplegia diagnosis was the Takayasu's arteritis, which is a rare vascular disease. Okay, it's gone. Yeah. Okay, fine. So Takayasu's arteritis, not this one. Yeah. Now again we published it in a case report. Then this patient, you can see the age is 50 years, chronological age. We found a vascular aging of 90 years. So 40 years progression. Okay. Again, this person was not able to walk properly at the age of 50 years. So we did, and we found it the 40-year advancement. So this is why we did a lot of study in the vascular aging. We saw that when we calculate the global anti-aging drug market size by 2032, you can see it can reach almost 15,000 US dollars. This much big market is there only for the anti-aging substances. What are those mostly sold things? Serum and supplements. Next, antioxidant and enzymes, and stem cells and drugs. And you know the fact, India is the highest consumer globally of this. That means you think of how much we are spending out of our economy on this. So till now, if you can summarize, hypertension and arterial stiffness is something like chicken and egg phenomenon. Nobody knows who came first, because arterial stiffness can give rise to hypertension, hypertension can give rise to arterial stiffness, any of which will give rise to increase ROS, reactive oxygen species, and they will increase the parameters of oxidative stress. The genes might be involved, increase erythropoietin, increase angiotensin, increase VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factors, and other growth factors. There might be decreased oxygen sensing cells in the kidneys. So this was the first article we published in this direction. Second, we are going on publishing this. So last year, this article we published with Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So we did one thing, we have taken the comparison of person doing yoga and not doing yoga. And we found that if a person doing yoga or any exercise or any lifestyle like combination of yoga exercise along with dietary habits if they are doing, so you can see that his or her vascular age can be decreased to 10 years average. Okay? So I will not take much time. So this is one person's parameters. We can see the age was 40 and vascular age was 10 years less. And this person was doing exercise for last 15 years. So as expected, this person has delayed his or her vascular aging process. So these are different studies done on this direction. These are my research team over there. These are my mentees. They are doing their post-graduation under me. And this is my department, college. At the end, I would like to, this was the lecture. We are also doing, this time we have started at February 1st, 2 different studies. One, we are doing this study, influence of dietary habits and lifestyle on health. Sample size of this study we have estimated is 50,000. And we are taking data all over the country. Only one inclusion criteria and one exclusion criteria. inclusion criteria of this study is what is undergoing now. It is age should be 18 and above. And exclusion criteria is you are not willing to be participant. This is the QR code. If you can scan, the link will open. You can fill the mandatory data, and if you are interested, you can be a participant of this study. Till now we have got today morning 10,000 responses we got. Hopefully by the end of March we will cross the 50,000 what we have target, and we will publish the data. And in the medical education purpose, we have started this research in my lab. Specialization after MBBS, current trend in Indian medical graduates. So many exclusion criteria. One inclusion criteria, which is you have to be either MBBS student or past MBBS, but not started doing your got your PGCT yet. You can be participant and fill this form. The sample size calculated was 5,000. So at last, I would like to thank again and for giving this opportunity to say something over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your research on vascular aging and arterial stiffness. Sir, I would like to invite our respected Dr. Akana Gama ma'am to please offer a token of respect to Dr. Amrit Podar, sir. Please have a huge round of applause for her. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now, for an inspiring session by Dr. Sai Sailesh ji, sir, a distinguished researcher in neurophysiology who will share his personal academic journey in my journey with vestibular research. This lecture will highlight his pioneering contributions to vestibular studies, offering insights into balance disorders and their physiological implications. Please have a huge round of applause for him.
So, good afternoon all. I said good afternoon. Okay, very good. After nice lunch given by madam, I am also feeling sleepy. So, this is not a lecture or anything. This is the journey made me to travel along with vestibular system. So the journey actually started in 2010 and continuing till date. So that's why I kept the title, My Journey with Vestibular Research. So how it started, how it is going. So it's like a story rather than a lecture or something. So I will share you how we started working on this topic and what and all things we did and what is the future scope, what you people can join, contribute and all those things. Though I am taking this talk, so always remember research means a teamwork. Not only myself, so many of my UG students, PG students, PhD students, all their contributions are there in my lecture. Yes, so this is the diagram of the vestibular system, so which we will come across in your future physiology classes. The tiny receptors which are present in the inner ear. So I don't go more detail about that. Yesterday, whoever is there in my session, they may be come to know this term, the sixth sense, because once there was a MCQ in physiology, which of the following system is called sixth sense? So what is the option you have to select? Yes, sixth sense. We call it as sixth sense because it has lot number of connections with different brain areas. You can see how many, about 18,500 to and fro connections with various brain areas. So gravity is very much essential for our survival, and this vestibular system connects us with gravity. That's why it is very much important, and it have a role in our routine homeostasis. I hope all of you know homeostasis, being students of physiology, right? So that's why we published a paper saying effect of vestibular stimulation on different body systems. Every system is being influenced by this vestibular system. So when it starts functioning, 5th month of the gestation. So yesterday in the workshop I was telling, so it works before our birth. So it works right from the 5th month of the gestation. Then the question arises, why it is important, what it does before our birth. So it has huge number of the functions you can see, right from the calming effects and to immunity, learning, memory, motor development, so many functions it will contribute. So this is what I say, keep up your walking regimen as long as you can. The advice given by a gynecologist to all the pregnant women. Whenever they are walking, the fetus will be floating on the amniotic fluid that gives a rocking effect to the baby, stimulate the vestibular system. So we start stimulating our vestibular system before we take birth. So what is the proof? So a lot of research articles has already published which says this is very important before the birth. So they did work with the pregnant women and all those things. So vestibular stimulation after the birth. So soon after the birth, I no need to provide research evidences because all of you know, once the baby is born in all our houses, you might have seen, we'll put the baby in a swing. Right? Why? Because he is getting the rocking effect already in the mother's womb. Same need to be continued if you want to see the calming effects in the kid. Then in a clinical practice, so far we are using vestibular stimulation to manage so many things, right from obesity, pain, mania, schizophrenia and all these things. So one simple statement says, need of vestibular stimulation throughout the life. You start stimulating it before the birth and continue it till the end of the life. There is no limit. That's why this article we published saying, you are never too old to swing. Understand? So keep on stimulating your vestibular system. Then how to stimulate? Next question. A lot of methods are available. So many methods are available to stimulate it. So this is the first part where we started working with the vestibular system, the stress management. Like I shared you during the workshop, so I used to see the statistics of the stress in young adults. Because you are the age group, you can see depression, anxiety, stress were high in more than 50% of the young adults. It's quite a huge number. And this is what the article published that time when I came across. Interaction between stress and vestibular compensation. Here I can tell you the importance of literature review. Whenever you get a doubt, go and search the literature. Not everywhere, Google is not the source, search in PubMed, which is authenticated source, which will give you new ideas. So by reading this paper was telling when the person is feeling excess of stress, that will damage the vestibular system. So I just started thinking in a reverse way. If your vestibular system is functioning properly and you stimulate the vestibular system, you can alleviate the stress. Just opposite to the paper. He said something, I said reverse of it. So I put my idea on a paper. This is what I say. Whenever you get a thought, you put your idea on a paper. You give to your supervisor, he will guide you to publish it, to send to a journal. I can't guarantee publication, but he will send it to a journal. Then the editor is the person who decides the standard of your title. If it is worth, they definitely publish it with appreciation. So this paper we sent to Rajiv Gandhi Center of Biotechnology, Kerala, Trivandrum. And editor appreciated it and published it as a viewpoint. Viewpoint is something great. You know, being published in a great journal with a title viewpoint is not a simple thing. That means it's very need, the topic is very need. So that motivated us, okay, chalo, let us start work on this. Let's contribute something to the student population, let's try to do. So we started now with finding out what are the methods available to stimulate vestibular system. So first we searched for animals, but later this animals is a common technique called caloric stimulation, what we do in our ENT department to test the vestibular system. You put some cold water or warm water into the ear and see vestibular system how it is working. But what happened? This method you cannot apply in human beings. If I go to my ethical committee, I say, every day I will put water in my patient ear. They will throw my proposal. Go. No one will allow. Because that's not routine practice. Long-term practice is not allowed, putting water daily into the ear. So we want some other methods. So at the time, I again came across this study, which is being done in Switzerland. They use this instrument called hexapod, where the patient will sit on the device, it will move in 6 different planes. That is 6 different kinds of stimulation it will do. So I was interested, motivated by seeing the device, and I inquired one Indian company, Bangalore-based company, please, can you prepare Indian version of this? He said, yes, we can prepare. What's the cost? The cost is for one side movement, so it will cost around 10 to 15 lakhs, something like that. So 6 planes, 60 lakhs. I want to try to alleviate stress in the patients, not to create stress in my patients, asking them to buy something device worth 60 lakhs, right? For being an Indian population, right? So I dropped the idea of using that. Then fellow advised, yes, we have Indian version of vestibular stimulation. What's that? It's the swing. You go to any state of India, we have a festival where we use the swing. Whatever the state you go, every state is having a festival, and the festival is designed to use the swing. People will sit on the swing. Understand? I didn't exactly know what the festival here you will use the swing. Okay, may I know that? Which festival exactly will use the swing? These, right? Yes, like that. Every state is there, right? In Kerala it's Onam. So like that, every state we have this thing. That means something is there in our tradition. It means it has some value. Remember, that's why we did lot of hard work to standardize it, because we cannot simply say sit on the swing, it will do something. No, we need to standardize everything. What is the dimensions of the swing? What is the intensity of the swing? What is the duration the person has to do? All these things. So after standardizing, yes, so you can see the picture also. Okay, this is what the swing we have installed. This part of the work was done in Kerala. I was there in Kerala that time. So they supported me to install the swing, and the directors, they themselves, they are enjoying the swing. So that work was published in Indian Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology. So that is we are the first people to standardize the controlled vestibular stimulation by using the swing. You can even call it as linear vestibular stimulation also. So this is what the standardizing values. So later on, when you get time, you just type the vestibular stimulation and my name, you will get all my articles. Understand? So at that time, I got a collaboration with the International Stress Management Association, because research is not very easy. You need funding. Suppose I want to assess cortisol level in 100 people, where I have to spend all my salary. It's quite tough. So they came forward. They supported me to purchase the kits. Because that time we assessed salivary parameters, Many people are afraid. I will take your blood samples thrice. No, 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 I won't join your study. Okay, I will take your salivary samples. Okay. Saliva is quite, but what happens? Saliva is easier to collect, but very expensive to analyze the results. Understand? So they supported me to purchase those things. This is how you collect the saliva. It's called passive drooling method. You know, there are different kinds of saliva collection. Because if I show you nice chocolate, you know, what will happen? Saliva secretion? What happens? Saliva secretion increases, right? So, but passive collection, I won't show you anything. You yourself need to, passive drool method has to collect it. So again, this is also very interesting article what we published. Student suicide, can't we stop this? Please read whenever you get time. And these are all, again, one more paper we published related to stress in IJPP, Indian Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology. So that time what happened, I told we developed a small simple exercise for 6 minutes exercise for the especially working women. Because many of my colleagues, when I say please come, use the swing, no, we don't have time. Half an hour, 20 minutes, we don't have time. Fine, at least spare 6 minutes for your health. So small exercise, right? So this is a simple exercise for 6 minutes, 3 different kinds of exercise, each one for 2 minutes. You know, it's very simple to me to show you this slide and telling about this in few seconds. But can you just imagine how much time I spent to develop this exercise? Any guess? How much time I might have spent to develop this exercise? Just guess. Yes? Just guess. 1 week? No. It took nearly 6 months for me to come out with development of this exercise. Can you believe? Because this is a set of Catherine-Cooksey exercises. There will be huge, thousands of exercises are there. Out of that, I need to filter what are the exercises that contribute decrease in the blood pressure. Then I need to find out how much time they are supposed to do. How much time more they will do, what will happen. All this filtration has to be done. It took nearly 6 months for me to come out of this. So that's why I say research is not very simple task. So at that time, what happened when company, Imami company, you might have heard, no, Imami? Yeah, they came forward. They asked me, please do some small study with our Chavanprash. So I used to teach my nursing students. So they supported me. We did a small study with nursing students about them during that time. That's why I told this is not a lecture, this is a journey. What is happening, what the things happened, how it went out. Then we thought to work with anxiety because GAD, generalized anxiety disorder also we get quite a lot of patients over there. So we thought to work, and this is a clinical trial which is registered in US National Library of Medicine. Yes, at that time what happened, I got a collaboration with my friend from US, Dr. Jason. So from that time we keep on working, we did lot of research and it is being continued. So anxiolytic, again the same thing. So the way how to proceed with the research is this thing. First, get the idea. For getting idea, do the literature search. Once you get the idea, put it on a paper, submit to the journal. Let the editor give comments. Being the comments, you alter, you write a protocol. Then you start working. Get some funding, if some funding is there. Now, lot of funding opportunities are there, even for UGs. You know, ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, they are giving UG students 60,000 rupees for research. Understand? You just need to apply. For PGs also. For PG, they will sponsor full funded. You just apply your this thing, you will get. And you believe or not, PGs, if they just apply, they will get. Because no PG is applying. Because they are not much aware of it. You understand? We motive our PGs. You just apply, you will get. That's all. No need of competition also. That is what happening. Lot of funding is available. Then like that, we keep on working with the depression, right? This is about the cognition. So this part I will just give you. You can see thinking with your sixth sense. Cognition, because vestibular system is very much linked with hippocampus. In physiology, when they teach you about the CNS, they'll explain you about hippocampus, where consolidation will happen. Consolidation is what? Short-term memory convert into long-term memory, isn't it? Short-term memory convert into long-term memory. Because in the psychiatry, they explain you any information which is associated with emotions will go to long-term memory. You understand? That's why I will tell my students, if I ask you about a movie, what you have seen in your fourth class, you have seen some movie, I ask about that, they will explain everything without missing single scene. Lot of emotions will be there, right? Hero, 10-15 bullets in the body, fell down, heroine cry, will go fight. So many emotions are there. So you remember. Same thing, physiology class, just completed, that fellow will come out, hey, what topic happened? You know, you'll forget. No long-term memory, only short-term memory, right? So that hippocampus is linked with vestibular system. It is very clearly proven if there is any damage to hippocampus, damage to vestibular system, hippocampus will undergo atrophy. Damage to vestibular system, hippocampus will undergo atrophy. That is the level how vestibular system is integrated with the cognition. Understand? So again, this is how we work with animal studies. You know, I'll just give a gist. For animals to work with cognition, what we do, because we need to create a model. Suppose I want to work with Alzheimer, I want to work with Parkinson. You know, I cannot take a human being and make him Parkinson. It's not at all allowed, right? So what to do? Take an animal model and create. So this is what we do, is called T-Maze. This is called T-Maze. What we do is, teachers might have taught you about the, what is that? Bell ringing experiment, Pavlov experiment. Understand? Animal can learn. It's a conditioned reflex, right? Same thing will apply here. Day 1, I will keep my mice in the T. Then the mice will start moving. It can go to left side or right side, depending on its wish. I'll keep some food. Suppose I kept the food on right side. Day 1, the mice will move. Say, suppose first it will go to left. Then it will go to right. It get the food. Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. After that, if you are keeping the food daily on right side, after weekdays, now the mice will directly go to right side. That means it learned. It learned. Now what we do, now we will inject scopolamine to it. You know the scopolamine action? So it lose the memory now. After losing memory, you apply vestibular stimulation to the rat and see how fast it is recovering. This is how we will try with animal models. Understand? And for the medical students, we developed a test called spatial and verbal memory test. Later on, when you get time, please see this paper. This was published in NMJ, National Medical Journal of India. So, where we developed a test with the help of people from NIMHANS and also from Vivekananda Yoga University. So this test was developed especially for college students, spatial and verbal memory, because these two things are very important for you to write your examinations. Then to test the level of, I can't say cognition mainly, I can say the coordination rather than cognition, we used to test the reaction time. Two types of reaction time are there, auditory reaction time and visual reaction time. Understand? Both are again very, very important. At the time, while working with the students especially, I observed this. Thinness in female college students, a heavy concern. Because mainly female students, they skip the breakfast. They skip the breakfast. Of course, now male students also became like that. Being a chief warden, I will go to rounds night 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the hostels. You can't believe that time students are very actively roaming 3 o'clock in the night. So what time they'll sleep? So if you sleep at 4 o'clock, how you wake up at 9 o'clock, no bath, take the book and rush to the classroom. Where is the question of breakfast there? You know, the cycle is totally disturbed. So please, just now sir was telling the lifespan of doctors is decreasing. So it's a heavy concern. Why? Because you yourself are introducing stress in your life. You have to, definitely you are supposed to take care of that. Then we also worked with respiration, because I told you your vestibular system can work with all the system. So we thought whether it has any effect on respiratory system, but we didn't see any much change in respiratory parameters followed by the vestibular stimulation. Yes, so this one I just highlight. Aruna, she is again my PG student in Kerala. That time we developed a new autonomic function test called PLD ratio, pupil to limbus diameter ratio. Understand? In physiology, we will teach you the diameter of the pupil will constrict and dilate. If there is a sympathetic stimulation, pupil will dilate. Parasympathetic stimulation, pupil will constrict. Right? So we correlated that PLD ratio with blood pressure. There is a positive correlation. So you can use that PLD ratio as one of the autonomic function tests. Unfortunately, PG students are not there. Otherwise, I might advise them, you add this as one of the autonomic parameter in your PG thesis. Then also we worked with immunity. We want to see effect of stress on immunity. So how to create the stress in the rat? Understand? So those days, all my PG students, they're afraid to catch the mice. They're so afraid, day one when they got it. Then, I trained them how to hold it. After a few days, what happened? They started calling the mice with their cute names. They put the names for them. They used to like them so much. To create stress in the rat, you throw the rat in cold water. Just throw it. Sometime it will swim. Afterwards, it will sink. Then when it is about to die, take it out. Highly stressed. That's how we can create stress in the mice. And rather than the mice, my students used to feel a lot. You understand? So that's how. Then coming to emotions, also vestibular system is very much linked with emotions, because decision making and all linked with this thing. But we couldn't work much in this field, because there is two things we worked. One is the social inhibition, very important for the students. What is social inhibition? In the class, teacher will ask you a question. You know the answer, but you think, if I say this and if it is wrong, that should be avoided. I say my students, before going into exam hall, I may fail the exam. Are yaar, if you feel you fail the exam, why to go inside? Just go home. That is negative affectivity. These two things should not be there. And you know, if a person who is having these two things is called type D personality. There's something called type D personality, means who is having social inhibition, who is having the negative affectivity. Then sleep, as I told you yesterday, we worked a lot with the sleep. This is the BMJ, British Medical Journal, our paper got published in BMJ. Also presented in so many sleep conferences, US, UK and all those things. Recently we presented paper in Physicon, Chennai, 2024. So lot of projects is what we are working with. This is again my MBBS student in Ujjain. This part of study was conducted in Ujjain, right? Yeah, this one, something we presented at AIMS, this thing, and got first prize. So these are things are common, but I feel always happy when my students get something great. So this again, one of my student, first MBBS student, Twinkle Rajak from Ujjain. I motivated her to publish this. Decline in quality and quantity of the sleep. That's what I was just telling. Understand? So this is a very key thing you have to be concerned. And I was also running something called obesity clinic. So being a professor in physiology, I will sit in general medicine OPD daily for 2 hours. My chairman gave me that provision because we started something called obesity clinic, managing obesity by using the vestibular stimulation. So based on that, we published this paper. Further, we are also working, going ahead, taking care of the diabetic patients also. And again, to create a model in animals. See, this is how the things goes. First, you have to work with animals. This is what type of route of administration? Intraperitoneal injection. Alloxan. We will administer a drug alloxan to create a diabetic model in animal. Intraperitoneal injection we are giving. Understand? So, like this, there's a diabetic study what we have conducted. This particular study happened in Andhra Pradesh. Then we started working with the treatment management of thyroid disorders, because thyroid disorders are quite common in Kerala region. So many females, they are suffering with hypothyroidism and all those things. So we worked on that. Also we work with PMS, premenstrual syndrome. A very common thing what is experienced by many female. And ultimately my goal is to work with cancer pain. That's work is in process. Then this is what I just wanted to explain. So this is a dream actually, which came true. I want to work with Parkinson patients, but I don't have enough fund. So what I did first, as I said, I put forward my idea, which is published first. Then I worked with 3 different animal models. Then now I want to work with human being, but no fund. So one fine day, I applied for ICMR, and it was exactly COVID time. I received a mail from ICMR. We accepted. We are ready to give you fund to work with Parkinson patients. I was so happy one side. Other side, there is a lockdown. I got the funding. At the same time, lockdown also there. COVID also came. Right? That was the situation. But still, we could able to make out this and complete the project successfully with ICMR. These are all our Parkinson patients with whom we are working with. So many experiences with Parkinson patients we had. That's why after completion of my Parkinson's study, I published a paper conducting human research during and after COVID pandemic. So what are the experiences, what we faced? I put in a paper, we published that, right? So these are all with Parkinson's. And these are some things like, yes, this is some recognitions and all. This is the gold medal what I received in AP Medical Education Conference for contributing. Yes, so I am the reviewer, editor, right, in different positions in so many journals like Frontiers, Dow Press, so many things. So if you are presenting or submitting any paper, you can very well contact me. I will guide you where to submit, how to submit, and all those things. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
It is indeed an enriching research on vestibular studies, sir. Thank you for enlightening us on this insightful research. I would like to invite respected Dr. Arjun Mehta, sir, to please offer a token of respect to Dr. Sai Sele, sir. Thank you, sir. An epitome of knowledge and eloquence, Dr. Aditya Jain has been shaping minds with his profound insights and expertise. Today, at Physicon 2025, he takes the stage to share his wisdom with us. Let us welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
हेलो, चल पड़ा। हाँ जी, गुड आफ्टरनून से गुड इवनिंग हो गया है ना? स्टूडेंट्स आर टायर्ड, है ना? तो आज सुबह का सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग और रिलैक्सिंग पॉइंट बोलूंगा, और अगर ये सबसे रिलैक्सिंग पॉइंट लगा तो सबसे ज्यादा ताड़ियां अब बजनी चाहिए। ओके, ये आज के सेशन का लास्ट लेक्चर है। जीएमसी पटियाला में पढ़ाता हूं, 250 स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाता हूं और बोलता हूं कि शॉर्ट लेक्चर दूंगा, 20-25 मिनट सुनोगे, जल्दी छोड़ दूंगा, बट सुनना सबने है। तो इज इट फाइन? ठीक है ना? जल्दी सा शॉर्ट सा लेक्चर, बढ़िया सा लेक्चर, बट सुनना सबने है। ठीक है? तो जैसे हमारे पहले स्पीकर ने बताया कि यहाँ पे सारी ऑडियंस या मेजॉरिटी ऑडियंस जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स की है, ठीक है ना? तो मैंने भी अपना थोड़ा सा लेक्चर, ये सारा फैकल्टी के ऊपर लेक्चर है ना? आप कहोगे यार अभी डॉक्टर तो बने नहीं है, पता नहीं क्या बोलने लग गए हो, है ना? अब मैंने भी उसको उसी तरह से थोड़ा सा मोल्ड कर लिया है लेक्चर को, है ना? सो सबसे पहले हम शुरुआत करेंगे इस वर्ड से, रोल ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन मेडिकल साइंसेज, है ना? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या होता है? ये लड़का जो नीचे देख रहे हैं ना, बिल्कुल ये मैंने डॉक्टर सीमा मैम को बोल देना, खड़ा हो जा, ऐसे ही पढ़ाता हूं मैं, खड़ा हो, यस, हाँ बेटा अभी जाएगा तू मैम के पास, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा काम, हाँ ऐसे ही पढ़ाता हूं मैं, तभी डरते हैं सारे मेरे से बहुत, ठीक है? और मेरे को बहुत प्यार भी करते हैं। तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का बेटा मतलब क्या होता है बता? आर्टिफिशियल मतलब झूठी, इंटेलिजेंस का मतलब होशियारी, है ना? हो गया ना, झूठी होशियारी। सो रोल ऑफ झूठी होशियारी इन मेडिकल साइंसेस, है ना? हम इसी को कन्वर्ट करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में, रोल ऑफ झूठी होशियारी इन मेडिकल एजुकेशन। तू बैठेगा, नेक्स्ट बताएगा, जो आगे वाले होते हैं ना वो वैसे ही कहते हैं कि कहां फंस गया मैं, फिर मैं पीछे वालों को शुरू हो जाता हूं, है ना? तो तू बताएगा बेटा मेडिकल एजुकेशन में कैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज हो सकती है। पावर पॉइंट कोई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस नहीं है, वो तो पुराना हो गया बहुत, अब तो बुजुर्ग लोग भी यूज करते हैं पीपीटी, ऐसे मत बोल, तू तो यंग है। कम ऑन, किसी ने सुना है कोई सॉफ्टवेयर? कम ऑन तुम, यस, अरे वाह, ये आया ना आवाज, क्या बात है ना? बुक्स की जरूरत नहीं है, चैट जीपीटी पे जाओ, डालो, सारा आ गया। चलो भी क्या लेक्चर सुनना है ना, आराम से मोबाइल खेलते हैं पीछे, वो करते हैं, ऐसे करते हैं, है ना? यही नहीं करने देता मैं अपने लेक्चर में, सॉरी टू से, ठीक है? बट चैट जीपीटी हो गया, अपने वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट्स हो गए, ठीक है? ये सारे जो हैं ये ऐसे ही करते हैं, हमने सिर्फ उसमें टर्म डालना है, सारा कुछ आ जाएगा, इमेजेस आ जाएंगे, वीडियोस आ जाएंगे, इतना कुछ आ जाएगा कि हमें कुछ पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, बुक्स लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्लासेस लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। बट क्या ये रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं ट्रू इंटेलिजेंस को? कभी भी नहीं। पेपर में आपने ही लिखना है, ठीक है? डॉक्टर आपने बनना है। अब देखो, मेडिकल एजुकेशन की जगह मेडिकल साइंस कर दो, क्या ये झूठी होशियारी रिप्लेस कर सकती है डॉक्टर्स को? कभी भी नहीं, ठीक है? तो यही मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इसके फायदे बहुत हैं, इसके क्या क्या फायदे हैं, बट ये रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकती किसको? डॉक्टर्स को और उनकी मेहनत को, ठीक है? एग्रीड? अब आप अभी ना एग्री करो, बाद में एग्री करना, ठीक है? अभी क्यों एग्री कर रहे हो? पहले एग्री कर रहे हो, इसका मतलब मेरे से डर रहे हो, है ना? चलो बैठो। ये सारे लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं मेरी स्लाइड के। इसमें इंट्रोडक्शन आता है, टेक्निक्स आती हैं, एप्लीकेशंस जो मेडिकल फील्ड्स में यूज हो रही हैं वो आती हैं, ठीक है? और लास्ट में आता है एथिकल कंसिडरेशंस जो हम डिस्कस करेंगे, ठीक है? इंट्रोडक्शन देखो, व्हाट इज एआई? अभी मैं इतना अच्छे से क्लियरली एग्जांपल दे चुका हूं, है ना? ये जो बासी मार रहा है, अब तेरे को अगली बार तेरे को पकड़ूंगा, ठीक है? सो व्हाट इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस? It refers to the development of computer system and algorithms that can perform tasks that would typically require human intelligence. हमने कंप्यूटर को इतना ज्यादा ट्रेन कर दिया कि वो ह्यूमन से भी ज्यादा बन गया, है ना? आपने देखा है रोबोटिक सर्जरी, सुना है? रोबोट सर्जरी कर रहे हैं, है ना, तो बढ़िया ये तो काम है ना, उसको अंदर करो अपना। अब आप लोग इतनी देर 5 साल बैठे हो ना, सुबह से लेक्चर सुन रहे हो, है ना, कह रहे हो फिजियो डिपार्टमेंट ने कहाँ फंसा दिया, है ना, जरूरत ही नहीं है, कंप्यूटर को फीड करो, सारा कुछ वो कर देंगे, रोबोटिक सर्जरी। दिस इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ठीक है। हमने मशीन्स को ऐसा बना दिया है, ऐसा डाटा डाल दिया उनमें कि उन्होंने सब कुछ रिप्लेस कर दिया है। बट अभी भी मैं कह रहा हूं ये ऑगमेंटेशन है, रिप्लेसमेंट बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, ठीक है। नाउ व्हाट आर द टेक्निक्स? फर्स्ट इज द मशीन लर्निंग. It empowers computer to learn from data and improve their performance with time. डाटा हमने कंप्यूटर को बार बार डाटा दिया, उसकी इंप्रूवमेंट हो रही है और फिर वो बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, ठीक है। इट इज वही सारा कुछ आगे, इट गिव्स एक्यूरेट प्रेडिक्शंस एंड डिसीजंस, ठीक है, और अच्छा हो गया सारा कुछ। बस बेसिकली हमने कंप्यूटर को ट्रेन कर दिया और अच्छा करी जा रहे हैं उसको, ठीक है। सेकंड है नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग. इट आप ये आ गया आपका चैटबॉट्स, वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट, है ना, ये यॉन कर रहा है, खड़ा हो जा बेटा, ये स्टैंड अप, बी अटेंटिव, यस. दिस अलाउज मशीन्स टू कॉम्प्रिहेंड, इंटरप्रेट एंड जनरेट ह्यूमन लैंग्वेज, ठीक है। अब चैटबॉट्स ने क्या किया है, हमने चैटबॉट्स को फीड किया, उसमें सारा आ गया, उसमें से हमने सिलेक्ट कर लिया मटेरियल, ठीक है। दिस इज नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग. थर्ड वी कम ऑन टू कंप्यूटर विजन. अब आपने चलती हुई गाड़ियां देखी, अपने आप ही चली जा रही हैं, ड्राइवर की जरूरत ही नहीं है ना, तो दिस इज कंप्यूटर विजन. इट इक्विप्स मशीन्स विद द एबिलिटी टू इंटरप्रेट विजुअल इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड. मतलब आगे एक गाड़ी आ रही है, कंप्यूटर ने प्रेडिक्ट कर लिया और उस गाड़ी को ऐसे मोड़ दिया. इज इट क्लियर? ठीक है, दैट इज कंप्यूटर विजन, ठीक है. लास्ट इज द डीप लर्निंग. अब आपने देखा है कंप्यूटर्स जो होते हैं वो चेस चैंपियंस को हरा रहे हैं, है ना. सो ये फर्दर सबसेट है मशीन लर्निंग का, जिसमें हमने कॉम्प्लेक्स न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स बना के उसको फर्दर एडवांस कर दिया है, ताकि हम चेस वाले चैंपियंस को हरा रहे हैं. इमेज एंड स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन सिस्टम्स में काम चल रहा है ना, स्पीच को रिकॉग्नाइज कर देते हैं, है ना. अब देखो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं, है ना, यही स्पीच कोई ऐसे कर देगा, बहुत गंदा बोल देगा, कहेगा जी डॉक्टर आदित्य जैन ने कराई है. स्पीच कर ली ना कॉपी, अब यहां से रिकॉर्ड किया, उसको कॉपी कर लिया, फिर आगे जाके उसको मिसयूज कर लिया, है ना. इमेज भी ऐसे यूज हो रहा है, वीडियोस यूज हो सकते हैं. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड डीप लर्निंग, क्योंकि हमने मशीन लर्निंग के आगे जाके डीप लर्निंग चले गए और उसको कॉम्प्लेक्स नेटवर्क्स के साथ यूज कर लिया, ठीक है. ये सारे दोनों सबसेट है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, और उसका सबसेट है डीप लर्निंग, ठीक है. अब हम क्विकली आ जाते हैं मेडिकल एप्लीकेशंस. आपको थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ आएगा, ज्यादा नहीं आएगा, स्टूडेंट्स को नहीं ज्यादा समझ आएगा, फैकल्टी रिस्पेक्टेड फैकल्टी को तो आएगा ही आएगा, बट स्टिल मैं थोड़ा सा स्टूडेंट ओरिएंटेड कर रहा हूं क्योंकि ऑडियंस ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स की है. देखो मेडिकल इमेजिंग में आपको क्या लगता है, हु विल टेल मी कि क्या लगता है मेडिकल इमेजिंग में क्या होएगा. देखो मेडिकल इमेजिंग में क्या होता है, एक्सरेज होते हैं, सीटी होता है, अल्ट्रासाउंड होता है ना, एमआरआई होता है. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर सकती है? एनीवन? दिस स्टूडेंट विल आंसर. यस, स्टैंड अप, दिस गर्ल. हाँ, बहुत इजी आंसर है. क्लैरिटी हो सकती है, जल्दी हो सकता है, एक्यूरेसी बढ़ सकती है. एग्रीड है ना. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने अल्टीमेटली यही कुछ करना है मेडिकल इमेजिंग में, ठीक है. उसने क्लैरिटी बढ़ा देनी है, उसने उसको जल्दी इंटरप्रेट कर लेना है, डायग्नोसिस की एक्यूरेसी बढ़ जाएगी, है ना. सो ये सारा कुछ ही मेडिकल इमेजिंग में होना है. वेरी गुड बेटा, वेरी नाइस, ठीक है. अब ये देखो दो डायग्नोस्टिक टूल्स हैं, गूगल डीप माइंड, ये बहुत ज्यादा यूज कर रहा है, ठीक है. एंड सेकेंड इज IBM Watson. These have outperformed human radiologists in detecting various anomalies. Okay, this is a very strong word which I still don't agree, है ना. This is taken from an authentic published article, but I still don't agree. It has outperformed human radiologists in detecting various anomalies. ये देखो रेडियोलॉजी में वही सारा कुछ with faster time, high accuracy. ऑन्कोलॉजी में कैंसर की डिटेक्शन जल्दी हो रही है, जिसका बहुत फायदा है. अर्ली अगर डिटेक्ट होएगा कैंसर तो हम उसको जल्दी रोक सकते हैं. तो इसका मतलब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का ऑगमेंटेशन में तो बहुत फायदा है, ठीक है. वी एग्री ऑन दैट कि इट मस्ट बी यूज्ड. देन कम्स ऑन न्यूरोलॉजी. ये जैसे अब डिजीजेस होते हैं, स्ट्रोक, एल्जाइमर्स, है ना, ये बहुत लेट आइडेंटिफाई होते हैं, तो हमें मुश्किल होता है. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर रहा है, इनकी अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन में हेल्प कर रहा है. तो क्या ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है मेडिकल इमेजिंग में, बताओ. यस, ओके. देन अगेन जैसे उस लड़की ने बोला, इमेज एनहांसमेंट एंड रिकंस्ट्रक्शन, क्लैरिटी बढ़ रही है, स्पीड अप हो रहा है. MRI भी, CT भी, ठीक है, 3D मॉडल्स बन रहे हैं जिसके कारण हेल्प हो रही है हमारी. सो दिस वाज रिगार्डिंग imaging. Now the real life applications. Just listen beta very carefully, don't talk. Real life application, very important example. This is again taken from an authentic source, that is Lunit Inside Mammogram. ठीक है, this software, this AI based software helps radiologists to detect, to assess mammograms. ठीक है, जो mammograms का बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लगता था उसमें बहुत जल्दी आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो रही है and it is with 96% accuracy. ठीक है, so this software Lunit Inside MMG software, it is detecting suspicious lesions with 96% accuracy. Second, we come on to rapid ICH. Why I have taken this example? इंट्रासेरेब्रल हेमरेज एक मेडिकल इमरजेंसी होती है, अगर उसको जल्दी डिटेक्ट किया जाएगा तो वो बहुत हेल्पफुल होएगा ट्रीटमेंट में. ठीक है, सो दैट्स व्हाई आई हैव टेकन दिस एग्जांपल. एंड अगेन इट इज डिटेक्टिंग ब्लीडिंग इन एज फ्यू एज 3 मिनट्स, इन एज फ्यू एज 3 मिनट्स विद 95% सेंसिटिविटी. उसके साथ एक ऐप कनेक्टेड है, डेडिकेटेड मोबाइल ऐप कनेक्टेड है, जिसपे अगर ये डिटेक्ट करता है साथ के साथ सिग्नल जाता है क्लिनिशियंस को, जाता है ताकि क्विक रिस्पांस हो. इजंट इट मेकिंग अ डिफरेंस? यस, है ना, ऑब्वियसली इट इज मेकिंग अ ह्यूज डिफरेंस. इस तरह से एक और सॉफ्टवेयर मैंने डिस्कस किया है, QXR. ये चेस्ट पैथोलॉजी में ट्यूमर्स को डिटेक्ट कर रहा है तकरीबन 1 मिनट में, जस्ट सी 1 मिनट में with 99% sensitivity. Okay, so these are the various AI based software used in radiology. Now we move on to pathology and histopathology. देखो पैथोलॉजी और हिस्टोपैथोलॉजी में क्या होएगा? पैथोलॉजी क्यों यूज होती है? कैंसर डिटेक्शन एंड डायग्नोसिस में, तो हमें ये पता ही है कि अर्ली डिटेक्शन एंड ग्रेडिंग में हेल्प करेगा, सब टाइप्स में हेल्प करेगा. ठीक है, कैंसर जल्दी डायग्नोज हो जाएगा. सेकंड आ जाएगा जैसे वेरियस टेक्निक्स होती है, ये सारा फैकल्टी के लिए ज्यादा है, बच्चों को शायद ना समझ आए. पैप स्मीयर में होगा यूज, फाइंड इट FNAC में यूज हो जाएगा, लिक्विड बेस्ड साइटोलॉजी में यूज हो जाएगा, वेरियस डिजीज इन्फेक्शंस में यूज हो जाएगा, इवन इन न्यूरोपैथोलॉजी के डिजीजेस एज आई हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस उसमें यूज हो जाएगा. ठीक है, नाउ रियल लाइफ एप्लीकेशंस. सबसे पहले मैंने उठाया यहाँ पे जेनमैब. ये एक बायोटेक फर्म है विच हैज डेवलप्ड एंटीबॉडी थेराप्यूटिक्स फॉर फाइटिंग कैंसर. ओके, they use data science and artificial intelligence to gain insights from histopathology slides regarding targets, investigational products, indications and patient biomarkers. ठीक है, this technique is really helping in cancer patients. Then second I have chosen is XCell software, which uses single cell imaging fused with artificial intelligence to identify cancers in early stages. ये सिंगापुर जनरल हॉस्पिटल और नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी हॉस्पिटल सिंगापुर से कोलैबोरेट करके देयर इज 70% रिडक्शन इन अननेसेसरी बायोप्सीज व्हेन यूजिंग दिस टेक्निक. ओके, जो हम इतनी ज्यादा बायोप्सी कर रहे थे उसकी 70% रिडक्शन हो गई है. रोबोटिक सर्जरी, ये तो सबको पता है ना, पता है ना सब कुछ, है ना. इसमें डा विंसी सर्जिकल सिस्टम, ये नाम नहीं पता होंगे आपको. These are the ones which are being very much commonly used now in foreign countries. Da Vinci सर्जिकल सिस्टम, मेजरएक्स, कोर पाथ GRX. ठीक है, ये 3D विजुअलाइजेशन में हेल्प करते हैं, स्किल लेवल्स बढ़ाते हैं और ये ट्रेमर रिडक्शन में हेल्प करते हैं. ये देखो सिस्टम, ये सर्जन है, फ्यूचर सर्जन. ऊपर देखो, नीचे नहीं, ये देखो, दिस इज अ फ्यूचर सर्जन ऑपरेटिंग ऑन द पेशेंट्स. दिस इज द फ्यूचर. ओके, ये सारे उसके फायदे लिखे हैं. दिस सिस्टम डा विंसी, आई एम अगेन रिपीटिंग, डा विंसी सिस्टम इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी कॉमनली यूज्ड. इट इज मोस्ट एडवांस्ड मिनिमली इन्वेजिव प्रोसीजर विद एक्सट्रीम प्रिसीजन. इट हैज हाई रेजोल्यूशन 3D विजन एंड सुपीरियर कंट्रोल. ठीक है, और इससे वेरियस यूरोलॉजिकल प्रोसीजर्स, कैंसर्स ऑफ सर्विक्स, प्रोस्टेट, लंग्स, यूट्रस, कोलन, रेक्टम as well as heart disease as well as femoid tumors treat हो रहे हैं. So always remember Da Vinci surgical system. Now benefits, ये देखो कितने benefits हैं robotic surgery के. There is minimal incision, smaller and fewer cuts, better quality of life, faster recovery and rehabilitation for the patients. जल्दी recover कर रहे हैं patients. It is safe for patients with heart, BP and sugar problems. Less blood loss, shorter hospital stay, नेचुरल फीलिंग, ठीक हो जाना आफ्टर सर्जरी कम्स अर्लियर. ठीक है, lower risk of complications, and it is a better alternative to laparoscopic and traditional surgeries. Now हर तरह की ड्रग्स डिस्कवर हो रही हैं, ठीक है, न्यू ड्रग्स डिस्कवर हो रही हैं, वो भी एआई के थ्रू. कोविड-19 में भी रोल प्ले किया था इसने, रेमडेसिविर को डिस्कवर करने में. ऑन्कोलॉजी ड्रग डेवलपमेंट में भी हेल्प कर रहा है ये एआई. देन इन न्यूरो डिजेनरेटिव डिजीज रिसर्च, जिसमें एल्जाइमर्स, पार्किंसंस, एएलएस इंक्लूडेड हैं, उसमें काफी रोल प्ले कर रहा है एआई टू हेल्प द पेशेंट्स. इन एंटीबायोटिक एंड एंटीवायरल डिस्कवरी में हेल्प कर रहा है. इन रेयर डिजीज ड्रग डेवलपमेंट, ऑर्फन ड्रग्स कहते हैं, जो रेयर ड्रग्स होती हैं उसमें फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनीज नहीं आती, क्योंकि उनमें ज्यादा उनको फायदा ही नहीं होता रेयर ड्रग्स का, बहुत कम है तो वो आती ही नहीं है. तो उसमें बहुत अच्छा रोल है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का. ये रियल लाइफ एप्लीकेशंस, ये आप बहुत ध्यान से सुनना, आपको बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा. सिर्फ 2 पॉइंट हैं. ये कंपनी है ड्रग बैन, इसको कहते हैं ड्रग बैन, बट ये अच्छा हेल्प कर रहा है ना, नाम अजीब सा चुना है उन्होंने, ड्रग बैन. रिसर्चर्स एट यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शेफील्ड एंड एस्ट्राजेनेका have developed this AI model that predicts whether a drug will engage with its partner protein molecule, which will reduce the duration of drug discovery process from many years to only few months. इसने क्या किया, उस ड्रग को देखा और उसको देखा कि क्या वो जिस पे एक्ट करना है वो क्या पूरा एक्ट कर पाएगा, पहले ही एनालाइज कर लिया, है ना. तो जो ट्रायल्स होते हैं, फर्स्ट फेज, सेकंड फेज, थर्ड फेज, वो सारे शॉर्टन हो गए. अगर वो शॉर्टन हो गए तो वो फ्यू इयर्स जो लगते थे, है ना, तो वो फ्यू मंथ्स रह गए. अब आप मुझे खुद बताओ, अगर फ्यू इयर्स से फ्यू मंथ्स रह गए हैं तो क्या कॉस्ट भी कम होएगी? होएगी ना डिस्कवरी की ड्रग की. अब ये देखो, मॉर्गन स्टेनली रिपोर्ट सजेस्ट दैट AI can reduce cost by 20 to 40% for pre-clinical development across US labs. ठीक है, इतना कॉस्ट कम हो रहा है और ये बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट कॉस्ट है, क्योंकि ये बिलियंस और बिलियंस में रन करता है कॉस्ट. अगर 20 to 40% रिड्यूस हो रहा है, तो अगर हमारी कंट्री इसको यूज करेगी तो इतनी जोर के बोला है ना वो तो इट विल बी वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर इवन आवर कंट्री. ओके, नाउ इन आवर सब्जेक्ट दैट इज ह्यूमन फिजियोलॉजी, इसको कैसे छोड़ दूं मैं, नहीं तो मैम कहेंगे सारा कुछ कर लिया, फिजियोलॉजी छोड़ दी. देखो, कार्डियोवैस्कुलर फिजियोलॉजी में बहुत रोल प्ले कर रहा है, ईसीजी में प्ले कर रहा है, एरिथमियाज डिटेक्ट हो जाते हैं बहुत जल्दी, मायोकार्डियल इन्फार्क्शंस, एचआरवी सब जल्दी डिस्कवर हो जाता है. कार्डियक इमेजिंग में इकोकार्डियोग्राफी और एंजियोग्राफी की अर्ली डायग्नोसिस इंटरप्रिटेशन में हेल्प हो रही है. रेस्पिरेटरी फिजियोलॉजी में बहुत हेल्प हो रहा है, जैसे एस्थमा हो गया, सीओपीडी हो गया, निमोनिया हो गया, कोविड-19 हो गया, सब में ये रोल प्ले कर रहा है. वेरिएबल सेंसर्स हैं जो कि रेस्पिरेटरी रेट्स को मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं और एनामलीज ऑफ ब्रीदिंग को डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. देन इन न्यूरोलॉजिकल फिजियोलॉजी में भी प्ले कर रहा है रोल. इट इज हेल्पिंग इन द क्विकर डायग्नोसिस ऑफ ब्रेन ट्यूमर्स, स्ट्रोक्स एंड न्यूरोडिजेनरेटिव डिजीजेस. इन एपिलेप्टिक सीजर प्रेडिक्शन में भी हेल्प कर रहा है. देन दिस इज अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जांपल, डायबिटीज मैनेजमेंट. ठीक है, सो लिसन केयरफुली, ये डायबिटीज में कैसे हेल्प कर रहा है. ये देखो, अभी तक आप शुगर कैसे चेक कराते हो, प्रिक कराते हो, है ना, कभी रैंडम ब्लड शुगर, कभी फास्टिंग ब्लड शुगर. अब जो लेटेस्ट टेक्निक आई है एआई में, दैट इज कॉल्ड EchoCheck स्मार्ट गाइड कॉन्टिन्यूस ग्लूकोज मॉनिटरिंग सोल्यूशन. इसमें क्या फर्क है, हमने सिर्फ एक बार इंसर्ट करना है सेंसर को उंगली में, उसके बाद तकरीबन 14 से लेके 21 डेज के हमारे जो शुगर के लेवल्स हैं वो आने शुरू हो जाएंगे. इजंट इट इजी? अगर हमें किसी पेशेंट में कॉन्टिन्यूस मॉनिटरिंग चाहिए या हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन प्रिक की बजाय अगर हम इसको इंसर्ट कर दें, तो क्या वो बहुत बेनिफिशियल नहीं हो गया? ओके, सो दिस इज द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट हियर इन डायबिटीज मैनेजमेंट. देन वेरियस मेटाबॉलिक सिंड्रोम एंड क्रॉनिक लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर्स में भी हेल्प कर रहा है ये बहुत ध्यान से सुनो, तुम्हें इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा और हंसोगे तुम लोग. हंसने में तो बहुत शेर होते हैं ना तुम सारे. आप हमारे फोर फादर्स क्या कहते थे, एन एप्पल अ डे कीप्स द, ये हमारे फोर फादर्स कहते थे ना. हम अब हमारी जनरेशन, तुम्हारी जनरेशन क्या कहती है, एन एप्पल वॉच अ डे कीप्स द डॉक्टर अवे। मानते हो इस बात को? सभी के पास एप्पल वॉच है ना, यूज कर रहे हैं अब। सो एन एप्पल अ डे हैज चेंज टू एन एप्पल वॉच अ डे कीप्स द डॉक्टर अवे। ये कैसे कर रही है? इट इज वेरी माइंडफुल ऑफ द हेल्थ बिहेवियर्स, ठीक है। ये बिल्कुल हमारा हार्ट रेट, रेस्पिरेटरी रेट, ये देखो एक्टिविटी ट्रैकिंग में हेल्प कर रही है, हार्ट रेट में हेल्प कर रही है, अब नॉर्मल हार्ट रिदम्स में हेल्प कर रहा है, ब्लड ऑक्सीजन लेवल्स में हेल्प कर रहा है। और एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है जो आप सब लोगों को पता होना चाहिए, इट हेल्प्स इन अर्ली डिटेक्शन ऑफ फॉल्स इन एल्डरली पीपल। जो बुजुर्ग हैं अगर वो गिरते हैं या गिरने की टेंडेंसी है तो ये बहुत अर्ली डिटेक्ट कर लेता है, ठीक है। सो एप्पल वॉच है ना, उसके बहुत बेनिफिट्स आ गए हैं। सो इन रिप्रोडक्टिव एंड डेवलपमेंटल फिजियोलॉजी में ये बहुत अर्ली स्टेज में है, अभी एक्सपेरिमेंटल स्टेज में है, बट इट इज स्टिल improves the selection and prediction of sperm cells, oocytes and to generate better predictive models for in vitro fertilization, ठीक है। तो ये उन कपल्स के लिए बहुत बेनिफिट हो सकता है जो कंसीव ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इतनी ट्रीटमेंट्स हो रही है, इतना कुछ हो रहा है, अगर इससे बेनिफिट हो सकता है तो व्हाई नॉट, है ना। इट्स ऑलवेज अ वेरी गुड थिंग, ऑगमेंटेशन इज ऑलवेज अ वेरी गुड थिंग। देन नियोनेटल फिजियोलॉजी में यूज हो रहा है, प्रीनेटल मॉनिटरिंग में यूज हो रहा है, इवन इन नियोनेटल केयर में यूज हो रहा है, जबकि वहां पे हमें अर्ली प्रेडिक्शन एंड मैनेजमेंट ऑफ वेरियस कंडीशंस लाइक नियोनेटल जॉन्डिस एंड रेस्पिरेटरी डिस्ट्रेस सिंड्रोम। इन स्लीप फिजियोलॉजी में यूज हो रहा है, स्लीप एपनिया डिटेक्शन में यूज हो रहा है, अर्ली डायग्नोसिस ऑफ ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया, इट इज यूज्ड टू ट्रैक स्लीप साइकिल्स। अब इसका मैं एक तुम्हें रियल लाइफ एग्जांपल फिर देता हूं जिससे तुम्हें इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा। ये देखो, जस्ट लिसन टू इट। It is home sleep apnea testing, HSAT. Wearable devices and sensors equipped with AI can monitor sleep at home, providing a more comfortable and accessible alternative to lab-based studies. अब घर बैठे ही हम स्लीप को स्टडी कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। ये एक ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर है जिसमें AI driven device can analyze data in real time and can flag potential sleep apnea episodes, making it easier for sleep doctors to diagnose the condition even remotely. बहुत दूर बैठे भी वो diagnose कर सकते हैं। ये सारे benefits हैं जो आपको अभी तक कुछ काफी हद तक समझ आ गए होंगे। Faster and more accurate diagnosis, reduces human error and doctor fatigue, cost effective patient management, early detection, improving survival rates, ठीक है। You are all must be 70% clear with these benefits. Now the important question, 65% of US hospitals have started using artificial intelligence, ठीक है। This is a documented line. 65% of the US hospitals have started using AI. What about India? है ना, क्या इंडिया में यूज भी हो रहा है या ऐसे ही बोली जा रहे हैं हम? बिल्कुल भी नहीं, यूज हो रहा है। They are slowly turning to artificial intelligence from diagnosis to discharge, summary creation to real-time patient monitoring. They are not only implementing but also sharing it with smaller hospitals. ऐसे hospitals कौन से हैं? Apollo Hospitals, Manipal Healthcare, Aster DM Healthcare, among others, ठीक है। They are using AI in prediction, prevention, diagnosis and personalized management. नाउ लास्टली बहुत थोड़ी सी स्लाइड्स रह गई है, मैं जल्दी जल्दी डिस्कस करूंगा। एथिकल कंसिडरेशंस, पेशेंट ऑटोनॉमी एंड इन्फॉर्म्ड कंसेंट। पेशेंट को पता होना बहुत जरूरी है कि उसके ऊपर क्या किया जा रहा है, ठीक है। सो वन ऑफ द प्राइमरी एथिकल कंसर्न्स इज टू इंश्योर दैट द पेशेंट मेंटेन देयर ऑटोनॉमी एंड हैव द एबिलिटी टू मेक इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजंस अबाउट देयर हेल्थ केयर। उनका राइट बनता है कि उनको सब कुछ पता होना चाहिए। सेकेंड इज द डाटा प्राइवेसी एंड सिक्योरिटी। अगर ये बहुत बड़ा डाटा यूज करते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली पेशेंट के डाटा की प्राइवेसी होनी चाहिए और सिक्योरिटी होनी चाहिए। बायस एंड फेयरनेस, अब इतना कुछ आ रहा है तो उसमें बायस भी बहुत आएगा, है ना, कि ये वाला ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल यूज कर लिया जी, वो नहीं किया, ये वाली पॉपुलेशन यूज कर ली, वो नहीं किया। तो उस बायस को रिमूव करना है हमें और फेयरनेस इंक्लूड करनी है, तभी हम इसका जो है इम्प्लीकेशंस जनरलाइज पॉपुलेशन पे लगा सकेंगे। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, ये सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग लगा था मेरे को। पहले पेशेंट की खराबी होती है ना, कुछ खराब होता है, कहते हैं डॉक्टर को पकड़ो, है ना, इसको मारो कुटो, वकील के पीछे लगाओ, ये करो वो करो, है ना, बड़ा पंगा पड़ जाता है। अखबार उसमें टीवी पे आता है आज का मुजरिम, है ना, डॉक्टर, है ना, उसने ऐसे कर दिया, ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया। बट अगर एआई बेस्ड ट्रीटमेंट फेल हो गई है तो किसको पकड़ोगे? एआई सिस्टम को पकड़ोगे, सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर को पकड़ोगे, या हेल्थ केयर को जो डॉक्टर है उसको पकड़ोगे? ठीक है ना, समझ आई बात? एआई बेस्ड सिस्टम को पकड़ोगे या सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर को पकड़ोगे या डॉक्टर को पकड़ोगे? सो क्लियर गाइडलाइंस फॉर अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड लायबिलिटी आर वेरी एसेंशियल to ensure that AI driven healthcare remains ethical and safe. Impact on doctor patient relationship, देखो पेशेंट्स हमेशा एम्पैथी मांगते हैं, है ना। जब एक पेशेंट डॉक्टर के पास जाता है तो उसको लगता है डॉक्टर हमेशा हमें सुनेगा, है ना। दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। कंपैशनेट जो है ना हमारा डॉक्टर का होना, दैट इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर कोई डॉक्टर प्यार से ट्रीट करेगा, है ना, तुम लोग पढ़ा रहा हूं मैं तुम्हें, अगर तुम्हें प्यार से पढ़ाऊंगा तुम ज्यादा सुनोगे, अगर डांटी ही जाऊंगा तो सुनोगे नहीं बिल्कुल भी, है ना। इसी तरह से वो कंपैशनेट चीज वो मिसिंग हो रही है एआई में, विच शुड नॉट बी देयर। मेडिकल रिसर्च में एथिकल यूज बहुत जरूरी है, एथिकल गाइडलाइंस फॉलो होनी चाहिए, ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए, तभी बात बनेगी, अदरवाइज ये बिल्कुल गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, ठीक है। सो इट हैज टू बी एथिकल यूज ऑफ। So these are the various references, these are the PubMed published articles from which I have collected the information. These are the 8-9 articles which I have collected the information, and thank you for patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for an enriching session. Now I would like to invite our respected Dr. Mridula Mittal ma'am to please offer a token of respect to Dr. Aditya Jain sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite our eminent PG researcher, Dr. Kalanda Bhatta Sri Lakshmi Shanmukhi, who has presented a poster on the topic of the prevalence of zinc and magnesium deficiency in autism spectrum disorder children of age 2 to 5 years. Please have a huge round of applause for her. I would also extend my warm invitation for our organizing president and HOD of physiology to felicitate her with a token of respect. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would take the pride to invite our honorable organizing president, also the HOD of physiology, Dr. Seema ma'am, to felicitate our esteemed PSI Rajasthan treasurer, Dr. Manoj Bundela sir. Please have a huge round of applause for them, guys. It is my immense pride to invite Dr. Rajni ma'am. Please have a huge round of applause for her, guys. Moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Anish sir. Please have a huge round of applause for him. With immense pride, I would like to invite our eminent Dr. Khalil Hussain sir on the stage. Please have a huge round of applause for him. Now I would like to invite our esteemed dignitary, our eminent Dr. Pramod Kumar sir on the stage. Please have a huge round of applause for him. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir.
With such an exceptional lineup of speakers, today's session promised to be a deep dive into the latest trend, innovative research, and transformative educational approaches in physiology. Let us engage, exchange ideas, and explore the boundless possibilities that this conference has to offer. So I, Nida Khan,
And I, Parth Bhardwaj,
once again welcome you to Physicon Rajasthan 2025. May this be a day of inspiration, discovery, and academic excellence. Thank you so much.
I would like to all the dignitaries to join us for the tea session. I would like all the dignitaries to please join us for the tea session.